Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, January 26th. I'm the board chair, Kelly McNicholas Curry. Also in the room with me is Commissioner Francie Jacober. And remaining commissioners joining us from home are Patty Clapper, Greg Poshman, and Steve Child. And we have staff to lead us through the agenda. And we'll start off with our first item, which is discussion in advance of tomorrow's resolution endorsing the Emma Store building future use recommendations. And I see many of our wonderful open space and trail staff. So Gary, I'll look to you to direct who's going to kick us off.
Great, thanks, Kelly. I'm Gary Tenenbaum. I'm the director of Pickens County Open Space and Trails, and happy to be here with you this morning and to talk about the Emma Stores. You guys requested us to come in for a work session, so it's up to you guys if you want us to do the presentation now or tomorrow. The presentation will take, it's a pretty significant what the steering committee and everybody has done. So you guys have it all in your packet. I just want to get from you guys, do you want the presentation now and then we do some questions and then you're set up for tomorrow, or do you want us to wait till tomorrow and just ask questions today?
Okay, well, I will look to the board. Patty?
I think the presentation should be made at the regular meeting so that the public gets to see it. So just if you could give us some brief stuff. I read all the stuff, just any highlights or whatever that we might want to have discussions about, questions that we can have answered at tomorrow's meeting, so it gives you guys some time to prep for that.
Okay, we're happy to do that. Jesse, can you just give the main themes?
And I'll just note, maybe just a refresher on the history for Francie's benefit, who's joining us after we had already had, the more robust conversation last fall.
I did
for
several hours.
Jesse, do you want to do the history of the whole, why we're here, why we even own these buildings?
You can do that part, Gary.
So, back in 2008, Francie, this is mostly for you. So in 2008, the former owner of the Emma Store buildings and the Mather House, the White House next door, the county and the owner were kind of at an impasse, and all of a sudden there was potential for those buildings to come down. They were not on the historic register for the county, and they were falling apart pretty significantly, and the owner wanted, to be able to develop and do what they wanted to do with the property, so they kind of held that as leverage. And so in the end, we stepped in with the commissioners and the Open Space Board to really find a way to solve it, and the best way to solve it was just to buy it. And the great thing is, it's just the buildings are part of a 12-acre parcel that has a lot of river frontage and a lot of wetlands on it, and it's a great open space parcel. And the reality is when we did this, we did not have authorization in the charter to really do much with the Emma Store buildings. We didn't have historic preservation as part of our charter at that time. And so, we were able to stabilize the buildings, and we went through a lot of work to try to stabilize these buildings. And when we were looking at the stabilization of the buildings, the great thing is the State Historic Fund helped pay for a significant portion of that. And so now the buildings and the house are on the county's historic register. And so, and with Open Space owning it, they are protected for as long as you want to protect them. And so, we were always looking at a way to, what do you do after you stabilize these things? Right now, we store all recycles for the winter in the buildings themselves. The buildings are fully stabilized, and there's not really any, worry that they're falling down anytime soon. But what's the next step? And so that's why we held this steering committee, and we really try to pull together the community to come up with, our version of a master plan, or just to provide some options to do this. When the voters reauthorized in 2016, they actually put historic preservation as part of our charter, so we can spend funds right now. And we do have a historic preservation policy. The Open Space Board approved one to really try to make sure that we're not overspending on historic structures, because as we have found out with the Mather House, you know, we could really spend a big significant chunk of our fund on historic structures if we want, but the main focus of our program is, you know, natural resource protection and recreation. So, you know, that's really where we should be spending the bulk of our funds. And so we put a preservation policy, historic preservation policy, that basically lays out a goal of spending about 2% of the fund overall through the authorization in 2040 on historic preservation. We spent money to you know, restore the Mather House, and you know, next step is, what do you do with these buildings? So that's when we went to the public with Lindsay and Jesse to kind of really figure out what's next. And they did a great job engaging the community. We had a lot of caucus members. We've been in contact with the caucus to really come up with what's feasible and to protect, you know, in a way, to protect the buildings, find a good use for them, but also understand, you know, the reality is they're in a really interesting location, and we got to make that fit with the community. And so, and also, should the Open Space Fund be the main funder of all of this? That's going to be a question for the future. So with that, Jesse's starting to give you the steering committee stuff.
Yeah, no, I just thought I would pull up the schedule to show, as Gary was talking about, how this all, how the specific process that was informed by the 2017 EMA Open Space Management Plan, this was an action item that came from that plan, all came to be. And it was back almost 2 years ago now that the steering committee was chosen by our Open Space and Trails Board, or appointed. And I think we had a really great steering committee. We even had participation from the History Colorado representative, Kim Grant, who was participated in some of the initial meetings and has been updated, you know, on the plan throughout the process. And so we kind of started things more formally in April of 2019 and have met periodically since then to form a draft recommendation. And then back in September, Lindsay did a pretty comprehensive review of the draft for you guys and walked you through all of the site's strengths and weaknesses, of which there are many, challenges to a future use at this site, and kind of outlined the recommendation that we have formulated, and that's in front of you guys for your endorsement tomorrow. And so that this recommendation really focuses on, the core of it is both establishing the vision statement for the plan, for that kind of guides the future use, and I'll just read it because that's what vision statements are. But it says the Emma Store buildings will honor their historic agricultural roots, the natural environment and character of Emma, and provide a space that is accessible to the community and celebrates the innovative spirit of this location. So that hasn't changed since you guys saw this last, and is really the heart of this document and this recommendation. But beyond that, we've really zeroed in on the parameters for future use with the steering committee. And so these parameters are really what will guide a future partnership in these buildings. And we did come up with a list of example future uses that were considered by the committee and may work for the site, but we haven't recommended a specific future use in this recommendation. So that's really kind of the heart of the document, and then kind of outlining some of the steps forward. We have the section called in 3.3 is a path forward that outlines the next steps and kind of touches on inspiration and innovation, and that's where the major change came through, Patty, from the public comments, which I can kind of summarize. But we went out for a pretty significant public comment period and had a live survey online, and got a lot of feedback that was supportive, kind of offering ideas that were in line with the parameters or the contemplated future uses, like an artist studio and some of the agricultural themes that have emerged in the steering committee. There were a handful of responses that are unlikely to be compatible with those parameters that were established, that might be too intense of a use. But there weren't too many of those, and then there were also some that just, reiterated some of the constraints that are listed in the plan that make a future use challenging at this site, but not impossible. And then, but from that public process and the feedback from our board, the Open Space and Trails Board, the committee decided to kind of bring to the front of the plan the trail realignment piece and bringing some more park amenities into the site. So providing our kind of enclosed porta potties, some interpretive elements, as well as a picnic table, and really rewriting the trail as a secondary trail that would eventually become a paved trail around the buildings. Really just to get the public acquainted with the other side, the quieter side of the buildings, and give them a chance to experience the site in a different way. And then nothing else too significant has changed. We're still kind of recommending doing a university partnership to generate additional ideas and strategies to go through to inspire the public and see what other ideas we can come up with to mitigate some of the challenges, and then looking at ways to find the right partnership going forward, and how that will look is a little bit yet to be determined, but whether it's kind of a request for proposal or a request for concepts that we would go out to the public with in the future, when the timing is right and we aren't dealing with this pandemic, hopefully, we can kind of go forward with that step. So that's kind of the heart of the things that have changed. So I think we want to make sure that we have time to answer any of your guys' questions. So.
Thanks, Jesse. And I'll just note that I know for me, I think I thought we were at a different step in the process. So having gone through the robust discussion on the draft, reading this on the agenda without prior discussion, I was thinking, oh, are we now being presented with like a project to adopt here moving forward? Not remembering we need to formalize this. So all of this is, for me now, is refreshed and familiar, and recognize that we're not in that place yet to say this is how we're going to use the buildings, these are the projects we're going to commit to there, but we're in that intermediary formalization step. So I appreciate you guys reminding us of that and clarifying that here today. I want to check in with the board and see, do you have any questions that you want to have resolved now prior to being able to adopt a resolution tomorrow and, getting the full presentation at that time? Patty.
Yeah, I'm at the same place you are, Kelly. I thought we were going to be down to the, which coffee shop are we picking to serve what kind of coffee? So I'm glad to hear this. I'm glad to clarify. It brings it back, and it gives Francie a chance to kind of get some more information before tomorrow. So thank you very much. And then I'll look forward to the broader presentation tomorrow, so the public can understand what we're doing and where our first steps, second steps are going to be down there. So thanks, you guys. And I have another really sidebar question. Lindsay, you're still here? I thought you were supposed to be speaking with an accent by now.
March.
Okay, all right. Good to see you guys. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on this? Steve? And then Greg, sorry. Oh, we can't hear you, Steve. You might have to hit *6.
now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, awesome. So I was kind of the same vein of thought, but I appreciate the update because we didn't know what sort of public input there was. So I don't have any further questions before tomorrow, but I kind of see this process similar to the airport process, where we know we are going someplace. We don't know exactly where we're going to end up yet at this point, and there will be more public involvement between now and then, I presume, on the various stages when it comes to picking what is actually going to happen inside the buildings. So is that a correct assessment?
Yes. But there's when the community helps us come up with an option that we want to pursue, there's going to be significant public input on that. And in the end, this is one of those deals where you guys are going to be the final say on what to do with these buildings overall, because there is, they're preserved for historic, integrity. So, that it's going to be a big deal the day we get, to a point where we can actually think about reprogramming these things.
Okay, and Greg.
No, hi, thanks for this, and thank you for the thorough presentation. I'm just always amazed how much detail your group and all the volunteers have gone into to present, to create this report and present. I had a call from somebody down there who's an artist and somebody who's been deeply involved in the community for a long time, who just said, he can't get past the thought how close that building is to the highway. He said, I think you really have to move that building. And I thought, oh God, I don't want to hear this, but I think I have to agree with him. It's a feng shui issue at this point. The highway will always be that close to the facade of the building. And even if we decide to put a door on the back, a lot of creative, great ideas. So I've read over the recommendations, and I look at the cost, and it's all kind of horrifying. But the bottom line was, my friend Dick Carter, who's the longtime local, said, whatever it's going to cost, it's going to pay off in the long term because you'll have a really useful, desirable site. And so I just wanted to put that out there because I think I'm inclined to agree with him. As much as I hate the thought of spending a lot of money to do that, it's still a sticking point. And I don't know how popular that view is with the rest of your committee or within the community, but I thought I want to make sure I hear about that tomorrow. And everything else I'm fine with. I love where it's going. I'm grateful that we're working to restore and preserve this. But I just wonder, once it's all said and done, we're going to wish we'd moved the thing 80 feet to put it in a setting that's appropriate, away from the highway, which I confess I'm really upset with CDOT to this day about that. So that's where I stand. Don't know if you want to address anything now or just tee it up for tomorrow.
Well, I don't know how much we'll get into it tomorrow either, other than the plan certainly, or the recommendation certainly allows for the potential for them to be moved. But also, I would encourage you, Greg, and we can walk down there this spring after the building has been removed. Like, there are architectural strategies to mitigate the sound and once you're in the buildings, the highway does fade a little bit. So I think getting the public and you guys into the buildings more, I think, is an important piece of the recommendation in general. But it certainly, if the partnerships come together and the pieces all fall into place to move them, that is can be accommodated. But I would encourage you to spend some time out there and we can kind of walk around.
I'll happily do that with you, Jesse, as long as you'll go down there on a really slushy winter day, so we can walk it when the plows are going by.
Yeah.
wearing our full PPE.
But that's part
Thanks.
of, getting the trail realigned and out of that little narrow stretch is a really important piece of this recommendation that would happen sooner than later. And so kind of the image behind me here is the back of those buildings, and it's a different feel than, walking between the highway and the buildings and kind of squeezed in that little spot. So, yeah. Lindsay or Gary, do you have anything else to add in that regard?
I would just add we did look into moving the buildings, and it was just we can't even find somebody to move them. So we got a cost estimate that was pretty rough. And so it's also, the committee is it was all very much supported, like Jesse had said, but the logistics about actually moving the structures are challenging.
Yeah, it would have been, it's one of those things where back when we were proposing stabilization, if the program could have done historic preservation at the time, and we had the time because the buildings were falling down, we had no time. If we had the time, that's when it would have been the best time to move it, because we could have, we took down so much brick when we were doing the stabilization that it would have been easy, and there was no roof, and there was no and so it's a big deal to move those things. And here's the question: could we use all the money that would cost to move them to really do an incredible job with, architectural and soundproofing and protection from the highway slush and all that stuff? It's just a question. And so moving it is totally allowed with the State Historic Fund. Obviously, we got to keep the structure of the building the same, but it's a daunting challenge. You got to look at that. You got to look at that foundation when you go out there and walk around it, and just see what it would take, and then go inside and see the big superstructure that we created to really hold these buildings up. And you go, whoa. To move 8,000 square feet of building like that with 3 layers of brick, not easy.
It sounds like that ship has sailed, but I still look forward to hearing more. But yeah, okay, well, good.
I don't think the ship should. We shouldn't say the ship sailed. I'm just saying the logistics are really, really difficult. We'd love it. I mean, one of the other options we want, and this is Lindsay's preferred option, is why don't you tunnel the highway? Put the highway down, 10, 15 more feet, and then you just tunnel on top, and boom, you don't even see the highway anymore. So who knows?
I'll be sure to add that into our list of multimodal projects for consideration at the state level. Okay, any other questions for our open space crew here before we formally discuss this tomorrow? No? Okay, well, thank you for bringing us up to speed. Nice to see you all. We look forward to enjoying this property again more tomorrow.
Great, thank you guys.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Okay, so moving on, I think we can get started a little bit early, even though I'm sure folks will tune in at 11 with great interest. We won't have gotten too far ahead. So the next item is the Airport Advisory Board discussion. And hi, Rich. Nice to see you with the airport behind you.
Yeah, good morning, board. Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager and Interim Airport Director. And I don't know, John, did you want to open with anything, or do you want me to just go ahead and pick it up and move forward? And he may be preoccupied, so I think I'll take that as I'm going to move forward here with the board. So, all right. Thank you again for this opportunity. I'm going to share my screen with you here, so let me know whenever it does come up.
Yeah, we can see you. I don't know if you want to go into presentation view.
Okay, let me
yeah,
let me do that. Okay, are we there now?
Well, we can see your slides. I just wonder if when the text gets smaller, it's not quite in the slide view. We can see your notes on the side and the
full screen
rulers
view or
on the
presentation
top.
view, maybe.
That's interesting. It's the first time this has kind of popped up this way. Let me, sorry about that.
No worries.
Guess we're all full of technical challenges today.
We had this happen the other day too, and we didn't figure it out.
Yeah, I don't even see anything that talks of a presentation view.
Rich, you can try Alt plus F5.
What was that?
If you try Alt F5.
Nope. Nothing there. So, well,
Okay.
should we try it this way to start out with? I believe that if not, the slides aren't in the packet, but what I'm going to be doing is following the AIS that was submitted to you all, and it highlighted those different areas that we'll be going through. So if you do have those or can pull those up, it should track along pretty closely with it. Okay?
Okay, we'll give it a whirl. Go for it.
Okay, let me give this a shot then. Well, again, thank you, board. A little bit of background here is you all know that you had adopted Resolution 105-2020, and in that was repealing the formal appointment of the Visioning Committee and establishing a advisory board. So that's where we are today. This is one of the first actions that we've been able to take now after you have adopted this resolution. How this is linked to the strategic plan is it does hit on all three of the core focus areas, which is a flourishing and natural built environment, the livable and supportive community, and the prosperous economy. And it's interesting in our strategic plan, when all three of those line up and you hit on all three of those, the success factor is a high quality of life. And I believe the airport can provide a high quality of life for those locals and those visitors. So I think the moves that you all are making as a board on the airport hits all those targets strongly. So the key discussion topics today is we're going to be talking about the name of the board, the purpose, policy, role, and functions, the membership, attendance policies, and meeting schedules, and standard of conduct. I will say the budgetary impact, looking at the other boards, we do budget anywhere from about $4,000 to $13,000 annually for the different boards, with an average around $10,000, which takes care of just meeting logistics. Back in the day when we could meet together, would handle food, so there may not be as much of an impact if that was needed. But we did talk about the need to possibly look at a travel budget or an education budget, depending on what the formation of this board looks like. There is a lot to learn, so there may be opportunities for education along those lines as well for those members. So we'll go ahead and start through these, and what you will see is that there's some staff recommendations in here, and that's all they are. They're just kind of ideas or thoughts. It is your board. You guys are going to be the ones that form it. And so each of these will have different options with them. I didn't list any pros or cons associated with it, but just listed some other ideas and thoughts. So, Kelly, as we go through this, we can stop on each one, and I'm hoping that we can kind of get a direction on each as we move through it. And then what we'll end up doing is coming back to the board in a formal setting. It'll be a two-read ordinance that will eventually formalize this board, where you will be taking some public comments as well. And just to let you know, John Ely, John Peacock, and I have been working through this. And I'm not sure if Ely joined us or not. He was invited in case there were any questions that you all may have from a legal perspective. So with this, Kelly, I go ahead and open up the first one. And we're talking about the name of the board. And The staff recommendation was Aspen-Pitkin County Advisory Board, but there's other options out there. Which
So,
would be the
Rich,
ASC.
your slides, sorry to interrupt, your slides haven't advanced.
Oh, it hasn't?
Mm-mm.
Which
We're looking
oh.
at the intro slide.
Wow, this is really interesting because I've got the other one up on a different screen. So let me.
Maybe you just need to reshare and choose the screen that's working.
Oh, okay. Well, let me. Gosh, I apologize for this. Let me close out this one. And, goodness sakes. Okay, has it come up now, Kelly, by chance?
Not yet. Okay, we can see your presentation now. If you want to try to go to your next slide.
Okay, I'm going to try to go to this present. Oh, I did it again, huh? Whenever I go to present, it pops up a different one on the screen. So hang on one more minute here, okay? Let me fail on this again.
All right.
Okay. I'm going to try this and see. I can kind of see it behind you, Kelly, if it'll move.
Okay, here we go. On to the next slide. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the background. While you were looking at the intro, I was talking about all of this. This is the link to the strategic plan itself that we had that I'd mentioned. Key discussion points, budgetary impact. And now we're to this slide. This is the name of the board and then also the policy and function. So as I mentioned, the staff recommendation was the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport Advisory Board, and then additional options were the ASC Advisory Board or Sardi Field Advisory Board. So this will be the first one. Kelly, I would open it up for board discussion.
Okay, what is our reactions? Greg and then Patty.
I'm just thinking it'll probably be abbreviated to Airport Advisory Board at the end of the day. So why don't we just start with Airport Advisory Board and leave it at that?
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, I understand where Greg's coming from. I think it should be formal, the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport Advisory Board, and then we'll probably abbreviate to ASC. ASC, because that's kind of what we've been referring to. The ASC has been kind of the mantra throughout this whole process. And yeah, sometimes we just call it the Airport Master Plan, but I still think as far as having an official title, it should be more official than just Airport Advisory Board, either ASC or the full name, and see where it goes. You know, people are gonna, God only knows what people might be calling it by the end of the day.
Steve?
So I like having the formal name Aspen-Pitkin County Airport Advisory Board, and like the Weed Advisory Board, which the acronym is WAB for Weed Advisory Board. That's not the technical name of it. It's just a shortened version. This will probably end up with a shortened version also, but I like the more formal name like Patty suggested.
Okay. Francie, any thoughts you want to share?
I agree with Steve and Patty.
Okay. And I do as well, and I'll just offer why. You know, ASE to me is a term that is generated by and attributable to the FAA, who is an important partner, but, you know, it's our airport, and so we should, you know, it's our community advisory board, so I think we should reflect that in our name. So I like the staff recommendation as well. So I think you got your answer.
Okay, sounds like consensus is the Aspen-Pickens County Airport Advisory Board. Okay. The policy roles and functions, we're going to start with the policy. In these next few slides, you're going to see a lot of verbiage in there, so I'm hoping the board had an opportunity to kind of go through this, but a lot of this is pulled from operating boards that you have now and then kind of substituting in the airport side of it. So some of it reflects pre-approved verbiage, but in this one, the policy of the board has provided advice on how the airport can be modernized to accommodate the community's air service needs and reflect changes in the air service industry. Those modernizations will remain true to the character and values of the community as described in the Common Ground recommendations and approved by resolution. So this kind of hit on some of those topics that were covered in the Common Ground recommendation. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I'll look to the board. Patty?
Yeah, I think it should include the policy of the board is to provide advice to the BOCC on how the Aspen-Pickens County Airport, etc.
Okay.
Other thoughts? I'll offer my thoughts while it looks like other folks are gathering theirs. To me, I think this needs to be reworked. I didn't wordsmith an option, but I'm happy to and send it around at in the future. But I guess I'm just wondering. To me, the modernization is an important component, but I am envisioning something of a longer term advisory board function. So even beyond after the Common Ground recommendations come to fruition, that there would still be work to be done as far as making recommendations on pilot training or developing and following through on the pollution, noise, carbon emissions programs that we want to create here. So yeah, so I'm just not sure that first sentence is expansive enough for what I've envisioned all the work to include. And that's my thought. And then I'll say Greg and then Francie, please.
Great. Thank you. I'm kind of thinking along the same lines, Kelly. I did take a stab, just some quick notes based on what I saw, reading off the principal role in the packet. And so I'll throw this out, and it's not to be proposed to be included, but it's just for conversation. The purpose of the board is not only for users and service providers, but should also include neighbors, community members with an interest in preservation of quality of life in the community and in the vicinity and quality of life in the vicinity of the airport operation. It's understood that the activities of the airport affect the community in a number of ways, positive and negative, requiring governance and mitigation in some cases. Specifically, this airport plan presents an opportunity to explore and implement on safety and environmental goals, as Kelly said, including carbon reduction, electrification, air quality, pollution mitigation, and important elements that are part of the ongoing creation of the airport and its operation in the future. So that's what I scribbled down. I think I'm on the same track there with you, Kelly.
Okay, Francie and then Steve.
Yeah, I find the word safety significantly missing in this, and also the environmental improvements, because we're not just trying to modernize it to meet changes in the air service industry. We're trying to make it so that it's more environmentally sound and certainly safer. So I think those two words are would be important in this first paragraph.
Thank you, Francie. Steve?
So the word modernization kind of scared me. I think I want to expand on that thought. It's partly modernization, bringing the airport up to state of the art, recognizing community goals in the process. But I think it also has to do with more than just that. It has to do with giving feedback about the operation and the impacts of the airport, kind of along the line that Greg was alluding to. So I would like to expand the wording of that a little bit to include more. It's not just a process of building and doing the new terminal and the airside improvements, but it's more about the long-term operation and how it's the opportunity for the community to have input on that.
Okay, Greg, are you able to put your recommendation in the chat maybe so we can get it copied and I don't know if you wrote it down.
I just sent it to you and I sent it to Rich.
Okay.
I'm on different platforms here, so I think
Sure.
you may find it easier.
No, that's fine.
I can try. But
Yeah, no, that's
yeah.
okay. So Rich, what's going to work best for you in terms of trying to incorporate all the input we just gave you?
You know what I think would work, Kelly, and this was what was so successful with you all getting to the final resolution on all the recommendations. Is taking that collective thought. I would suggest that I've got that now from Greg. I've written a few notes from the others, but maybe sitting down with you, Kelly, as the chair, to fine tune this, see what you have, and then we come back to the board later with a rewrite. I'm sure we're going to have that on probably 3 or 4 of these because again, we need to get it right. There's no huge rush. We just need to spend a little time getting it. So yeah. Okay. I can come back with another version after maybe sitting down and seeing what you've got and taking Greg's and combining those.
Okay, that sounds good.
That'd be okay?
Yep. Is there any other input we want to give to Rich on this topic before we move to the next discussion item? Nope. Okay. Thanks, Rich.
You betcha. And as we work through this, and again, it's you'll see some of the comments that you made as a board, they do kind of fall in that role and function component as well. So when we talk about policies, as you all know, that's kind of that overarching guideline, so to speak. So we'll try to keep those separate as much as we can whenever we walk through it. So, okay, next slide. This was included in the other board's information, and really this is just additional policies that may come up, and this talks about the Aspen Airport. Well, I'm going to say the airport board, just to abbreviate this real quickly, but the board from time to time to adopt certain policies and guidelines. And that advisory board would do that through resolution, and those would be in effect no longer, and staff's recommendation was 5 years unless amended by a subsequent resolution. So in essence, our board members can come up with policies, resolutions that they vote on, but after a 5-year period, those need to be revisited so that it just isn't stagnant. So I pulled this out of, I believe, one of the Parks and Open Space boards, or maybe out of our planning and zoning. But anyways, this was included, so thought I would throw that out there if you all even want to have it in or not, or you want to change it. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I see Patty first and Steve.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Do we allow other boards to create their own policies without bringing it back to the BOCC for review and approval? If everybody's comfortable with that, I'm a little concerned since this is a new advisory board. Does the BOCC want to have the opportunity to look at what they're changing or adding? and should they come back to the BOCC for approval? That's a question I have, and I just present that to the rest of the board.
Okay, thank you. Steve?
So I would change the word to adopt additional policies, to change it to recommend additional policies, because they're recommending it would be the BOCC, I think, that could actually change the policy at the recommendation of the airport board. An additional point is, I right away when you say the word board, in my mind I picture the BOCC. I think when we're referring to board is referring to the airport advisory board, and I think there needs to be some clarification right at the beginning about the wording. When it says board, it's referring to the airport advisory board, and then if it's going to be BOCC, just spell out BOCC more.
Yeah, Steve, I appreciate that. And in the bylaws in the packet, I submitted a draft just based on recommendations from the staff, and you can see at the top of that how it's written. It would absolutely define the board and the BOCC. So this is kind of excerpt pulled out of that, so it does confuse a little bit, but you're absolutely right. Those would be the.
Greg?
Yeah, great. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I started wondering which board are we talking about, so that has to be clarified. I agree with Patty. It seems like a 5-year plan. That's a long way in, and maybe it won't really matter that much. But I kind of think because this is a new board and it's such an important lift, that maybe we, maybe we've already solved that regarding the time limit, because they're recommending to us anyway, to the BOCC. But as this is a new thing, starting out with a new huge project, it just seems that we should have more oversight and plan on more frequent oversight. So, but maybe that will happen anyway, and whether or not it's a 5-year rule shouldn't matter. I wonder what other people think.
Well,
Kelly?
Go ahead, Patty, and then I'll offer my thoughts.
Just real quick, I still think for a period of time, I would like the Airport Advisory Board, the Picking County Airport Advisory Board, to recommend to the BOCC additional policies for the BOCC to review and approve. And in a year or 2 or 3, the BOCC can change that and say, okay, we have policies pretty much set now. Do we all agree on? We can flip it back into the hands of the Airport Advisory Board rather than just having that extra step of having to come back to the BOCC. I think as has been stated, this is a really critical step and a brand new type of advisory board. So I myself would like to have a little more hands-on at the beginning as far as what policies they're making and how we can weigh in. And like I said, after a few changes, maybe we'll feel comfortable in releasing it back into their hands.
That's what I meant to say, Patty. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
I think I'd like to understand a little bit the, the scope of this, or how it might function, because, I could see where the Airport Advisory Board, wants to adopt some policies to help guide the operations that ordinarily would never come to the BOCC anyway. So, because we're sort of giving them, the stewardship, accountability, responsibility for the airport and for some outcomes there that I think is elevated from what we have now. So I just want to caution to have everything come back to us if what it's really doing is just providing an added layer of input that doesn't currently exist. So, could this be something where the board decides they want to adopt some sort of like working agreement or, activities disclosure or interests disclosure among itself about how it works? That's So I'm not totally clear, I guess, on what this is trying to get at, and since I'm not totally clear on it, I don't necessarily want to preclude it either.
Yeah, Kelly, and you made great points. Whenever you talk policies, there's different levels of policy making, and we have administrative policies and guidelines that we adopt all the time internally. That really isn't a function of the BOCC, so to speak. So we can clarify and try to tease out those, because I agree. I think as an operating body, the staff in that board, if they're going to change some policies, quite honestly, a lot of those will run through John and the organization, because we are Pickens County employees. So there isn't a lot, of change that would take place that wouldn't be in line with the board and the overall organization. It'd just be operational things on site if there's certain policies that are put in place. And I would hope that what we could do is that the director would come to the board with an update, and even prior to putting them in place, at least split them out and have those that the board really should be offering, that the advisory board would be recommending to the BOCC. Those be on one platter, and the others more be a kind of a informed consent type of process, to where we can get those and make sure that the airport isn't bogged down in operating.
Mm-hmm. Patty, and then Francie?
Yeah, I agree with that. It's just like with land use applications in ComDev. There's some things staff can just approve and move forward, but staff always has the opportunity to bump them up to the BOCC. So I agree with that. There's some things we don't really need to be involved in as the BOCC, and some things that staff and the advisory board may feel they want the BOCC's input on. So I think, like you said, you can tease those out, and I think that should be included in this in some manner, so that opportunity is available.
Thank you. Francie?
The way I read this is that the policies that they can bring forward are just the policies on how the board itself operates, not policies actually about how the airport is going to move forward. Is that correct, Rich?
Well, I think that's the thought behind it, but if it's raised questions here, I think we do need to clarify and distinguish between what should come to the board and what shouldn't. So I think we can easily do that. But you're right, Francie. This is, I think, it's set up just to allow some policies to be developed by that board and the staff, just on the operational side.
Yes, Steve?
We have to remember that we are not creating an airport authority, which would have a lot more autonomy. This is still an advisory board to the BOCC, so I think the wording just needs to reflect it. And the operation of this board should mirror very much what the other advisory boards that we have in the county do. And some of, they have various degrees of autonomy, so that's what I would want to achieve, is a similarity to other boards. When you look at our really big boards, the open space and trails, the things they pass are recommendations to us, even the really big things that are really, really important, and they spend a lot of time, then it ends up being a recommendation to us. So likewise with the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, kind of decides how they want to spend the money. We still have to approve the expenditure of the money, sort of a thing at the end of the day.
Okay, so we'll do some work there as well, Rich. I would also offer, maybe there's, maybe just some language about board, board function, policies related to board function, maybe policies related to operational considerations, and then recommendations to the BOCC. Perhaps, we pull in some language about where that crosses over with our code or something, because we do have code language referencing the airport as well. That would definitely seem to be just a recommendation for our consideration. So if that sounds okay for those things, if there's, and we'll, there was one more topic that I just lost. It'll come back to me. But if that's okay, is there anything else for us to wordsmith here to include? We get it all? Okay.
I think we're good, Kelly. Is 5 years okay? I mean, are we okay sticking with the 5 years if we can come to that distinction between those? That's what is in, I believe, in our others.
Sure. Yeah, Steve?
Well, when I saw the 5-year figure, I thought you were tying that to doing a new ALP every 5 years for the airport, but it's not related to that at all?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Oh, and the last thing that I wanted to make sure we capture is maybe just some language about elevating, to the board any hot topics or something along those lines.
Okay. Okay. So we're okay with 5, at least start. We'll bring it back with a rewrite. It'll give you another bite at the apple if the wording, maybe you want to drop it to 3 years or something if you aren't quite as comfortable, but we can come back with that. Okay, another large one. This is a lot of verbiage here, and it may be better to look at your packet to be able to see it. I'm not sure what you can see on the screen there, but this is the principal role, and again, this is just a staff recommendation. I'm certain that there is a lot of things that we could include in here or even delete out of this, but it was just a starting point for the BOCC to take a look at. And this is where it gets a little bit more distinctive in kind of their roles and responsibilities. So, and some of this I can tell you was pulled out of the Title 10 stuff, and then also out of the Common Ground report that you also have adopted. So, with that, I'll leave it open for discussion.
Any comments for Rich on this topic? Francie?
Yeah, I just, like in the other one, I think maybe just putting the AAB and the BOCC every time, because it takes rereading the sentences a couple of times to make sure you got the right board in your mind. Just a really, mundane issue.
Okay.
Greg?
Yeah, the principal role, this paragraph is what actually motivated me regarding the just the line about the users and service providers, best interest of the users and service providers. I want to make sure we just expand that to include community interest as well. So that's, I think we've already worked over that one, but this is what inspired me.
Thanks, Greg. I had the same thought, so I'll echo you there. Steve?
I like the way the last sentence or two, or the last sentence, I like that is in there, thinking of the independent actions of the Healthy Rivers Board members that led to difficulties. So this kind of lays out the parameters where they can operate. They're free to express their individual opinions, but then just having the communication where we had the snafus on, who is speaking for the county. Is it the board or is it the county doing, the Board of Commissioners doing the public statements? So I think that's an important part of this.
Okay,
It's always a difficult boundary, for sure, but I think stating it and making it clear does help.
We haven't known our airport participants to be very shy, so I know we'll hear their input. Okay, I don't see any other input on this one, so we can move on.
Okay. Thank you for that, board. And then the last one, to get more specific, are the functions. And again, this is just some bullet point functions that for your consideration and deletion or addition to. And I can say that I did pull some of this off of another advisory board. I did seek additional bylaws from around the state and was able to kind of pull these off. There aren't a whole lot of advisory boards set up, to be quite honest with you. They're either an authority function, but I did pull some of this verbiage off of bylaws that are approved elsewhere.
Okay, feedback for Rich on the functions. I have some input I'll offer. So this to me is, I guess, is where we could also delineate some of the things I raised before as far as, you know, our environmental stewardship, or our, you know, education and training upgrades, or our, you know, we've talked about perhaps they would create a subcommittee to deal with air quality and noise and carbon emissions. So those kind of things seem that they would fit in this function list as well.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah.
Francie?
Well, I think it's very general language, and if I were going to join a board and those were, was told those were my functions, I would be looking for something more specific. I mean, regarding the operations and long-term planning efforts, I don't know where you would put something more specific, but I do think in terms of what's guiding the desire to improve the airport and have a new terminal and everything, maybe, I don't know, this just doesn't quite get at, if I were the person on this board, doesn't quite get at what I'm supposed to be doing. Let me see if I can come up with something more specific here.
Yeah, Francie, one of the things I might mention is that resolution 105 has got about 91 specifics in it.
Uh-huh.
It is very detailed, and that's the only way that I could see to try to get to your point, because I understand that. But looking for input and guidance on the implementation of that resolution, that's where the meat of all of this really does lie, because that's a future game plan for the airport, and it's pretty specific there. So,
Okay.
On a general sense, as far as a function goes, this may cover it, but I understand what you're saying, and I think Kelly's additions of the environmental on the education and training stuff, we can certainly bolster this along those lines.
And maybe even just to stay on that last bullet, including the 91 recommendations included therein, or something along those lines.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, any other interest on this? Not seeing any. Okay, let's move on.
Okay. All right, now we can get into kind of the membership side of it. So what we had looked at is that pulled from our charter is that it does state that the appointees will be made by the Board of Commissioners. There shall be no less than 3 and no more than 9 pursuant to the language in the code. So Staff's recommendation was 5 members and 2 non-voting alternates. And again, this is just a staff recommendation, so the board may want to increase that, and certainly open to doing that.
Greg?
Yeah, just thinking about the structure of some of our other boards where we actually had positions for electeds from Snowmass or Aspen. Is that something that was considered? Is there would there be merit to that? I know people talk about airport authorities, maybe sometime in the future, and we haven't really gone into that yet, and that's not what this is. But I'm just wondering if we want to have representation from the municipalities or other entities in the valley, because this is so important to all of them.
Greg, maybe what we do is jump down and talk about the makeup of the board before you decide how many people you would like to place on it. Maybe that would help.
Good idea.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry, that's where I had already jumped there. I apologize if I jumped there.
No, that's fine. Kelly, are you good with that? Should we?
Yeah, that's
kind of
fine.
Look at? Okay. Let me jump down to the let's see, qualifications. So here you go. This is under the well, the terms are pretty well set. There's no really altering those. So the terms, I just wanted to show that those are 3-year terms pursuant to the code.
And those are staggered?
Yes.
Staggered terms?
Those would be staggered terms, you bet. But here's the qualification portion of it, and there's a lot of options in this. So the staff recommendation was that each member should be a full-time resident residing within the Roaring Fork Valley, with a preference to those that served in some fashion as part of the ASC Visioning Committee public process. A majority of those appointed must reside within Pickens County. So just a little bit about that recommendation. The thought was the ASC Visioning was a valley-wide opportunity for people to serve. We kind of wanted to fashion it along those lines if that's where the board wanted to be. We did put in kind of a preference for those that served. Now, they didn't have to actually, in my opinion, I guess, looking at this, they didn't have to be appointed, but served in some fashion. So we had a lot of experts come in that weren't appointed to the board, but also gave local input into what this document was like. So it was just a nod, I guess, to those if it boils down to having to pick and choose between a couple of people, and if one had served on that, and just the knowledge that may be gained through that process was all. But then to your point, Greg, additional options should the city of Aspen or town of Snowmass, town of Basalt have a seat on the board. Should it just be Pickens County full-time residents only? If it's Roaring Fork, should it be full-time residents with no minimum of Pickens County? And should it be open to part-time residents? So there are a ton of options, as you can see in this. So I don't need to go through all of them. So I'll just open it up, Kelly, for you guys to kind of discuss kind of the makeup of this board, and then maybe we can go back and see how many it would take to serve on that.
Okay. So Greg has raised one consideration for input, and we'll listen to others. Patty?
Yeah, I think I would prefer to kind of keep it in line with what we did for our other advisory committees during the process. I think we should have a number of residents who are full-time Pickens County residents. What that number is, I don't know right now. I think we should open it up to a few seats or whatever of part-time residents. I would like to look at the Roaring Fork Valley-wide participation, since the airport does affect Roaring Fork Valley's residents. I do think, I don't know if there should be a preference, but I would encourage members of our public process before to apply. And we also need to make sure that we stagger the appointments, so we don't have to be replacing everybody at the same time in X amount of years. So we can do some the first time around it, a lesser amount of time, knowing those positions, those seats will flip over, so that we're not, again, replacing everybody, on a same year time frame. I think that the other thing about a full gamut of representation from neighborhoods, businesses, I think that'll get fleshed out when we see the applications. So that's kind of a synopsis of what I have to say so far.
Thanks, Patty. Steve? And then Francie?
If we do have a designated seat for a member from the city of Aspen and one from the town of Snowmass Village, I would favor then increasing the number of seats. So if we wanted to have 5 citizens who, ordinary people on there, then if we added 2 elected officials, that would bump it to 7. Also keeping in mind that we have increased the size of other boards by adding more alternates and things because we want to open it up, get more people involved and more people giving input. So I'm thinking that the number 5 is probably too small, that we do want to accommodate people from the whole Roaring Fork Valley. I mean, I'm pretty much in line with what you said, Patty, to keep the majority from Pitkin County, but allowing people, like we do on the Healthy Rivers Board, that we have room for people who are not living in the county. So I think that's important on this.
Okay.
And I know the city of Aspen wanted to participate in our whole airport thing. They would like to be on equal footing, really, with the Board of County Commissioners. So this would be a way that they could have a seat at the table in a more formal fashion.
Francie, and then we'll go to Greg.
In terms of having a part-time resident on the board, I just find that could be really tricky in terms of scheduling. When I looked at the proposals for when the meetings would be, they're pretty regular, so just something to think about. That if people are only here half the year, then we lose them for half of the meetings, or that was one thing. And then for elected officials, if you serve a 3-year term on this board, but your term as an elected official ends before the 3-year, then you have a whole new person coming in and being reoriented to the whole process, and just something to think about also.
Thank you, Francie. Greg?
Right. Yeah, I was thinking about the RAFTA board and just thinking, the RAFTA board's made up of electeds. It occurred to me, do we want to solicit board membership on this advisory board from organizations like RAFTA or local environmental organizations or, Holy Cross Energy, for instance? Mm-hmm. Just wondering if we should contemplate the advisory board, including various organizations with which we are partnering to create, whether it's transit or energy. I don't want to complicate it more. It could be just the members alone could do that, but I want to. So I was thinking about advisories. Sometimes we have national councils or national advisory boards that are outside of a board like this, but they're people you can draw on from outside the community. Do we want to consider that as well?
Patty?
Yeah, first I want to comment on elected officials. Let's ask the city of Aspen and Snowmass Village if they want to have a member of their councils or boards, their councils sitting on this board. Let's see if they want to be, if they're interested in that level, do they have somebody on their councils who are willing to take the time to do it? So let's ask them first before we just say we want you to appoint. The other thing, with Greg's suggestion, the application process is open. And if we start recruiting from environmental groups or Holy Cross, we're going to have 20 people sitting on this advisory board. So I think we just make it clear to the public we are accepting applications across the board, literally, for people to apply. Because I think we want to be able to see who's interested and then take the time to evaluate the applications. And it may be selecting somebody who happens to be with ACES or, some other organization, specific organization. But let's just see what kind of applications we get. So just kind of leave the door open to applications.
No, I appreciate that, Patty. I'll just offer my input here that, I really see this as sort of an expert, subject matter expert, wonky advisory board, as the way that I'm looking at this. Maybe that's not the best way, but, you know, people who really want to get into the weeds about, you know, what other airports are doing for noise mitigation, people who really want to get in the weeds about, you know, pilot training programs, people who really want to get in the weeds about, you know, sustainable, you know, zero emission airports. So, you know, I'm not excited about identifying slots being held for electeds, because to me, those are high level policy conversations that I think the visioning process, you know, included and offered and created a space for that participation. Whereas this advisory board is just much more operational, in my mind. So, you know, I'd prefer sort of Patty's approach of like, let's just open up the application process and see what emerges from it, and based on a clear scope and function of work, and, you know, with all of the broader partnerships available to us that we have in the Valley when we need expertise related, you know, from Holy Cross or from, you know, our stewardship organizations or something along those lines. So that's kind of where I'm coming at from this. And Francie had her hand up, so I'll go to her next.
I really support what Greg said, actually, and I think that one way we could do that would just be to encourage people, the specific people from Holy Cross or RAFTA, I think those are two good examples, to apply. Of course, they don't have to because it's a volunteer board, so it's going to take a lot of time, but I think that with an eye towards having some professional knowledge on the board, we could encourage people to at least look at it, because honestly, as somebody who hasn't been fully involved in all of the operations in the Pitkin County over the years, a lot of people don't see things when they come out. So there could be somebody who's really specifically skilled towards this kind of board, who doesn't see that there's an open application. So I would just encourage if we could come up with some segments or sectors of the professional organizations in the Valley, and maybe even beyond the Valley, as somebody else mentioned, that we would at least bring it to their attention, so that they can really consider it rather than just reading about it in the paper.
Rich, yes.
So one of the thoughts would be, and I've seen this function actually pretty well, is that if you're wanting that elected official participation, they come in as an ex officio, that they appoint somebody to attend the meetings, as you would a member of the BOCC would also appoint somebody to be able to attend those. From a director standpoint, it's always good to have a sense of if we're getting ready to go awry with certain communities' kind of values or something. So having them there as at least a participant, but not in a voting fashion, then allows the citizens themselves as an appointed board to really kind of be on point to take that on. And another way of even getting further input from those communities is that they make some recommendations for people within their own jurisdiction that they would like to have the board consider as appointed. That way, at least you're getting some of the input from those electeds of who they would like to maybe see on the board. Those are some just additional thoughts, but again, it's the BOCC that ultimately drives this and makes those final decisions. So it's just a way of extending out that invitation to those other jurisdictions.
Greg?
I was just thinking, playing what if here based on the conversation. What if we had an opportunity to bring in somebody who's really an expert in some facet of building or running an airport like we're imagining, but say they're in DC or they're in another city or at another airport somewhere. How do we accommodate them if they have an interest in joining a national council or something like that? Can we see a way to do something like that so we can reach out to the Brain Trust, which could really be helpful? And maybe they'd only be not a non-voting advisory capacity when called on, but it just might be a way of extending our tentacles out and getting the best minds working on this, along with us. And do we have to create any structure for that?
I think that's a good question, Greg. I could see this advisory board being kind of the umbrella group of seeking task force or working committees that would tackle a certain topic or a specific, to where we would reach out, similar to how John assisted in the process of getting you guys information from experts. They came in, they kind of focused their talents. It was specific to a certain topic. I could see that working really well with this group, is that you divide off and bring in experts that way from different national affiliations if we need to, but not be a voting member, but be an expert as needed.
Great. That would satisfy my curiosity there. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I have an outstanding question of Rich, if we need to delineate that opportunity you just described in any membership language. There is the point of the ex officio. I think we could follow Patty's suggestion and just reach out to the municipalities to say, is this something you think, you would take interest in, and determine if, based on that feedback, if the ex officio role is sufficient, or if there's greater demand for a seat at the table that we would consider when we revisit this. We still have I think I've heard that there's interest in allowing Roaring Fork Valley participation, not just limited to Pitkin County, but with a Pitkin County majority. And then we have the outstanding question of full-time and part-time residents. I think it would be helpful to understand how we're defining that time period. Is that 6 months out of the year? Is that 30 days? So that's just the one other point hanging out there that we haven't considered. Greg.
Yeah, I think that we could put part-time residents in an advisory non-voting capacity, and that might solve that problem, and keep it with local residents for the voting members of the board. That just might make it simpler, and it doesn't preclude influence from part-timers, but it just seems like that might make more sense.
I like that. Any other thoughts on that topic? Steve?
A lot of the decisions that would be made by the board when the appointments are made, taking into consideration all of these different things we're talking about. So, depending on what interest we have in the board, there might be somebody who didn't participate in the ASE Vision Committee process who would be very valuable to have on the board. And I wouldn't want to give preference only to those who served on the board when there might be somebody who is really qualified, who could really, do a vital function on the board. So I think all these things should be weighed when we're looking at the initial round of applicants, especially I don't think we necessarily have to specify that we are going to give preference to somebody who participated in the visioning process. We certainly would consider that, but whether we want to make it a priority or not, I don't think we have to do that.
And Steve, that's a good point. And I think you'll see in the very last slide are the list of questions on the application. And maybe it's just a question if they served or not, and then the board can take that into consideration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I appreciate that, Steve. I was thinking maybe if we set a preference for those who served in the first two board compositions, the first 6 years, I guess, since they're 3-year terms. But I don't know if we have to get that bounded. I just want to acknowledge that we may need to revisit these bylaws and change them if that becomes less relevant in the future. Francie.
Did I hear somebody say that there would be somebody from the BOCC attending the meetings, or would they be open to members of the BOCC to attend, or what would be our ongoing role and form of interaction with this airport board?
So I can try to answer, Rich, if you want to. I think that was part of the consideration of an ex officio model, where, different governing jurisdictions could appoint an ex officio member to the advisory board.
And
that
the
would be
BOCC was
non-voting.
given as an example of that.
And it could include a BOCC rep serving as an ex officio member.
Sure.
Patty.
Yeah, I've always kind of expressed a concern about members of the BOCC actually sitting on our advisory boards and sometimes even being in the room during the meetings. For example, Michael Owsley used to always go to Open Space and Trails, so did George. There was sometimes a level of comfort for the members of the advisory boards having an elected sitting there in the room. We also have to make sure we don't have a quorum of electeds that show up to just participate in the meeting by being in the room. I'm not necessarily comfortable putting a BOCC member as ex officio or otherwise on this board. I think City of Aspen and Sonoma Village is a little different, but that's something we may want to discuss further during the application process. And there was one other thing I was going to bring up, but Kelly, that one kind of took away my other brain thought. Oh yeah, I know what it is. How did we deal with part-time residents during our previous public input process for the airport?
We didn't distinguish between those, Patty.
But we did have members who were not full-time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I think I'll just note that, we can revisit the BOCC as an ex officio if we determine that the ex officio structure is where we want to go after getting feedback from our municipal partners. We don't have to decide that now. So I'm hearing, what I thought Rich was going to explore as far as whether they have, if our municipal partners have a seat at the board, have an ex officio role or no role at all, they're open to apply just like everyone else. Members or qualifications could extend for the whole Roaring Fork Valley with a Pickens County majority on the board, and that we would have full-time residents as voting members and part-time residents could apply as non-voting members. Did I skip anything? And then we just have to talk about the years. Is 3 years, right?
Yeah, and those are set by the Colorado code, so it's 3 years, and we will add in that they need to be staggered. So I'll better define those for you.
Okay. I thought there was another duration period that we had to figure out, but.
No, I think just the one on the additional policies had a duration.
Okay. The number of members.
Membership level here. Maybe you want to wait until we come back with a discussion with the with the municipalities before you decide how many you want to place on the board.
That sounds good to me. Does that sound good to everybody else? Mm-hmm. Okay, I think we have.
Is there any issue? Is there any issue with term limits?
As far as these board members or elected official term limits?
As far as these board members.
Okay, that'd be a question, I guess, for John Ely from a legal standpoint.
Okay, if you could just bring back some information, because we have talked about that with other boards, and it's we have some that do, some that don't. So you may want to just look at that before we pass anything forward in firm basis.
Thanks, Patty.
You might think, Patty, of incorporating some flexibility. The board can certainly take into account how many terms somebody has been serving on a volunteer board without necessarily presenting a limitation to deal with circumstances where we might not have the depth of applications that we hope for.
Okay. Makes sense.
Okay. Thanks,
Thank
Johnny.
you, John.
I think we have one more slide to get through, and we'll try to wrap this up quick.
Yes, we do. We got actually two, but I think
Okay.
we're really close. So regular meetings, pretty simple one, to be quite honest with you. It looked like Thursdays seem to be the day that works best from maybe a participant standpoint, not holding them on a Friday to free up those Fridays. Thursdays seem to be good. You got a lot of business ahead of those. So the staff recommendation was the third Thursday of each month. I believe a time should be determined by the board, which would work best, whether it's in the mornings or the evenings, depending on the makeup of that board. But, you know, the board could say that you want to meet every other month or you want to meet quarterly, but I would venture a guess it's going to need to be monthly. Maybe even as we get going, it's going to be even more frequent than that because there's a lot on the platter.
Kelly,
Yes, Patty.
I would suggest that just write it in that no less than once a month, but the board may meet as many times as determined per month, but no less than once a month.
Patty knows from experience.
Can certainly do that. And then, oh, I'm sorry, Kelly, is everybody good with that?
Yeah, I don't see any input on that, so I think we're good.
Okay, and then the last one, just the quorum. And again, this would be, this was based on a 5, but if we end up at 7 or 9, it would be, we would just list the quorum as being the majority of that, of the makeup of the group.
Greg. Greg has
okay, and the last one.
Sorry, Rich.
Sorry,
Greg has.
I wanted to, if I could back up just a second, just regarding the monthly meetings. I know on the Board of Health, we always, I think the Public Health Department, you know, has always suggested we meet quarterly or every other month, and it comes down to meeting every other week, if not more often lately because of the pandemic, of course. And as things go with this airport, I can imagine, as you said, meeting much more frequently, but there will be times when it may not be necessary to meet more than once every couple of months. So I'm not sure we need to put in that it has to meet at least once a month. I'm just not certain that that's necessary to be put in there, but Patty has maybe have a clear idea on that, but perhaps that line is not necessary. Let's meet as often as they need to rather than some sort of requirement. So I would open that up a little bit.
So Kelly,
Yes,
we could
Patty.
amend that to at least quarterly. Why don't we amend it to at least once a quarter and then leave that open? Because I agree, it maybe not one. I think they will want to meet at first more often, but let's not have to come back and amend this when they say, hey, we don't really need to meet but once a quarter. Let's hope they're that efficient that comes about sooner than later. So I agree with you on that, Greg.
Francie.
I think that if we really want to get anywhere on this, that meeting 4 times a year for the board that's doing this is not enough. It's like, how much can you get done at 4 meetings a year? And how many decades will it take to get anywhere?
Patty?
Kelly, that's not saying they will only meet quarterly. It's saying a minimum of, they can meet every day if they want to in the beginning or once a week. And that can be determined and set by the amount of material that's before them and the issues before them. But this just says like open space and trails is technically, I think, once a quarter or something, and you meet once a month and sometimes much more than that depending upon the issues at hand. So you just have to set the long-term basic requirement. That doesn't mean that they can't, choose to or that staff can't recommend that they meet more because of the information and the amount of issues ahead of them.
All right, so we'll need to bring back some language that can capture all of that, I think, sufficiently.
I just would add one thing.
Sure.
And that is that if you're applying to be on a board and it looks like the board is only required to meet 4 times a year, you're going to get a different kind of person than if they know that they're going to have to come at least once a month to these meetings. I just think like you get a different level of commitment. And I think we'd be looking for a pretty high level of commitment.
You want to
there.
manage expectations.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
We can outline that in the application process as far as the time frame that it would take. because we've done that with other boards, like Board of Health. Yeah, and then we got slammed, so it just changed it, you're right. So, but I think as part of your application, you could say the recommended in the future would be once a quarter, but you need to be prepared to meet once a month or even more than that until such time it's determined that quarterly meetings are appropriate.
That's a good idea.
So you can put that in the application process.
Yeah. I think we can finesse this language to be clear and manage expectations properly. So we'll bring that back. Okay, is this last slide?
This is the final slide, Kelly. And the organizational membership information, that's on all of the applications that you all submit. Up above it would be just the specifics of where they live, and it would be the normal information that we're asking of them, their address, their profession, all of that. But these are kind of the questions that are asked that I just wanted to run by you all just to make sure we're okay. I think it's general enough, but it'll get to the point of what you're looking for. So I'll just leave that at that, let you read through those. But I think this will help to tease out just information about each of those candidates as it comes forward.
Patty?
Yeah, I would add on here a additional comment section. So if there's something else they wanted to provide to us, they know they have the opportunity to do so. The other thing is, and I'm sure there'll be some kind of an attachment with this that explains the policy, the general information about the advisory committee itself, so people know what they're signing up for. That's where we put in the information, like Francie said, about the time frame and how much time is expected now or in the future, et cetera. But I did really quick, Kelly, have something about the meeting notices and study materials and the agendas. We need to make sure that all that information is also available for the public to access online, which I'm sure it will be. I just want to make sure, so if the public wants to pull up agenda and attached information to the agenda, that they can go to the county website and pull that up.
Thanks, Patty. Greg?
Yeah, maybe I missed it, but I was thinking just regarding the budget. I know it came up briefly, but I think certainly we want to contemplate a budget for travel. Say we have a group that wants to make a junket to see the airport in, Key West or wherever. I'll go on that one. Or just thinking, if we want to look out and look around, we're going to need that, a budget for travel and education and, R&D. So I just want to make sure maybe we don't need a discussion beyond this, but I can expect that there will be a budget necessary for that.
Yeah, I think Rich did mention the budgets are typically come in between 4,000 and 13,000, so we'll have to evaluate if that's sufficient for this board.
Yeah, and I agree. John Peacock had mentioned that as well, that this board is going to be pretty unique. There are going to be the need to do some travel, so we'll come back with that for your approval during the budget process.
And while we're just briefly on that topic, of course, in the last few years, every time I go through an airport, I'm looking at airports, and honestly, there are some that are pretty far flung that would be worth checking out. And I can give you a list of countries and places, but just thinking this will be really important. Thanks.
Singapore is quite interesting.
And I would like to just throw out for consideration for the board the inclusion of a question here related to any fiduciary connection to airport operations, if people should disclose that on their application. Not in any way to preclude, but just to understand, is your business interest related to Aspen-Pitkin County Airport at all? Is there any objection to that?
That's a really good point. That came up a lot, as we were going through the process, just making sure that it was free of any financial gain if somebody was on there. So, and John Ely set that up to make sure that we were consistent with that. So
yeah,
that's a good point.
Okay. Any other points? Rich and I will get together and compare notes and bring back an updated draft in the future. Okay. Seeing no other comment, thank you, Rich, very much. We appreciate this and coming to us so quickly in the first month of the year. Good on ya.
Hey, thank you. That was good. Thank you, board, for that. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. And we will.
All right. See you at 1.
Yeah, we'll take a break. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock for the rest of our work session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Grassroots. Okay, welcome back everyone to Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, January 26th. We're reconvening after our lunch break, and the next item on our agenda is an economic and climate analysis study request relating to the growth management public outreach process. And we have our wonderful ComDev staff who's been handling this process for us here with us today to present their request. And Cindy Hubin, I will turn it over to you. You're muted.
Sorry about that. We're here today to, as long-range staff, to check in with you as a board regarding how we might spend our long-range 2021 budget that's been allocated. And knowing that you have a lot on your plate, we want to ensure that we're spending the money in a timely way relative to what your goals are and what your needs are for the upcoming year. As you just mentioned, and as you know, we conducted some public outreach regarding the Board of County Commissioners' vision to look at growth management and to look at that system in light of climate action, the economy or the regional economy, sustainability and equity. And as a result of that process continuation, we realized that we would like to see some additional data and try to get that data before we reconvene in order to have what we need for the community to look at all of the issues. And what we've put before you today is sort of our big list. We've got, as you know, a further public outreach process that we think will take some funds. We also feel that looking a little bit more deeply at the economy relative to growth management and the development world in Pickens County, as well as looking at the climate action issues that we've identified in our process thus far, we feel like we should go ahead and go out and do an RFP for those items in order to have the data that we need. That being said, we will come up short with funds. And so we wanted to put everything in front of you on the table and let you know that with what we have in mind, we will need to come back to you for a supplemental request during the supplemental request process that Connie Baker has laid out for us. So we just wanted to check in and let you know kind of where we are with all that and what we thought would be the right order of the various contracts that we need. We think having the climate action data that we need that really looks at our emissions relative to construction in Pickens County so that we can align that with our climate action planning, as well as looking at what the board requested, not only how do changes in the growth management system affect our economy in Pickens County, but how do they affect the economy regionally? And as you know, through the planning process to date, we've worked with the Department of Labor, and they even suggested that we do a deeper dive and work with some consultants on looking at the economy relative to construction throughout the valley. We also, luckily, and Patty, you know this through Northwest COG, there is a contract with several economists that are working on, what happened this summer relative to the influx of new residents and how will that affect us. So that study is going on, or will be going on in parallel. So with that, I think that we're just looking for the board's advice on whether or not we got the timing right on this and whether or not you would consider us coming back with supplemental requests for additional work. If you look at what we've proposed here, we'd be shy about $55,000 with our current budget of $125,000 in our long-range budget. And then we would need to come back furthermore to, once the board has decided how they want to proceed in the public outreach and the growth management system, whether or not we wanted to pursue having facilitators and consultants with a larger outreach process. So does that give you a clear picture of where we are?
Let me open to questions from the board, unless you want your other staff to present anything at this time. Cindy? No?
Did I forget anything, you guys? Ellen?
No, I think you covered it all.
Okay. All right, questions from the board? I think I saw Steve's hand. Go ahead.
So Cindy, could you describe in a little more detail what the climate analysis would entail?
Well, I will start out and then I'll turn it over to Zach. But as you know, this summer we did some analysis and we took carbon emissions from use of just EPA standards, looking at what we did. We used square footage at that point to back into residential construction, because we mainly were talking about residential construction. And we looked at emissions generated, but we felt like there were gaps in that analysis relative to embodied energy and looking at the system as a whole, transportation, all of that. So we thought that we could work with experts in the field to give us a broader look and scope. And Zach, I know I'm forgetting something now, so could you hop in?
Yeah, the core premise is to look at the entire development economy, not just in Pickens County, but as regionally as well. Taking into account commuters going to job sites, heating and construction during the winter, all of these things that contribute to emissions, but we really haven't captured in our previous greenhouse gas inventories. And then the other major gap that we have is the majority of emissions that come from our residential stock is actually not from the use of the building itself, but something called embodied energy, which is the emissions that go into actually building that building, the concrete, the steel, transporting it to the site. And we have really no idea what our embodied energy emissions are currently. And so this really fills in that gap of information that we don't.
Would it look at all at the transportation to and from the bigger houses from the service industry after the house is built? I mean, I know
we do have that included. A look at the second home industry portion of emissions. We haven't firmly locked down that scope. We don't know exactly if that information is out there to be accessible. So the main focus is on the construction, and then as we get offers back from the RFP process, we'll be able to have a better understanding of what they're actually capable of doing.
Thank you. Other questions for the ComDev team from board members? They want to know if we'll give them the 55 grand, or we're open to considering it further. Yes, Greg.
Great. Thank you all for being here. I certainly think we need to move forward with this. I could probably think about ways, and I'd love to talk to you all about ways that we could expand the study, but I don't want to get into that right now, but I think this is essential information. We're already deep into it, and we need to continue. We certainly need to get a better grip on it as we move forward, because we know it's an important issue for the community. So you've got my thumbs up for it. And I think that, it'd be nice to have a little bit better understanding of the range. But I don't think I even need that now, personally. I just know I think we need to move forward. So, thanks.
All right, yes, Steve.
Yeah, I'm good with moving it forward also. This is so important, and we need to move the whole process forward, and this I think we need to have this study in place so we really have our kind of ducks in the row and have our bullet points on our arguments about energy use and climate change and all that in relation to buildings before we really start moving further down the track of amending the code.
Greg.
You know, the thing that comes to mind is whenever we talk about these issues, greenhouse gases, is existing housing stock, existing building stock. And as we know, and I bring it up at core meetings, you know, a building is a dynamic thing. You may have built it energy efficiently 40 years ago, as in the case of this house that I'm in. But today we know it doesn't perform anywhere near the way it used to. And I'm just wondering if we should also be just thinking about inventorying and looking at our assumptions regarding the existing stock, because we know the low-hanging fruit really might be to try and help retrofit and make the existing stock more efficient somehow, and then compare the consequences of that with the new construction. It could be new construction is actually pretty good now, and in terms of energy efficiency, and there may be a lot of old stuff sitting out there that could be retrofitted. You know, so I'm running astray here of your specific study, but what I'm saying is I think there's room for this, and there's a need for us to really get an understanding of it. So anyway, all systems go. But yeah, compared to existing housing stock is the next. I'm just wondering if there are opportunities there as well, and that might become part of this conversation after you move through this.
Well, and I'll just jump in here because I've been thinking about this quagmire quite a bit, and you know, just trying to. I think we're all trying to sort of really clarify the questions that we're getting after, and you know, so just in some of the things I've been thinking about is, you know, what do all the smartest people say about land use and climate change? And you know, I feel like I've found sort of two schools of thought. Like one school of thought looks at climate adaptation and mitigation. And so that sort of deals with, you know, how do you make land use decisions that reduce wildfire impact or can accommodate for drought? And then there's sort of another school of thought that looks at, you know, what are your land use patterns for low emission activity? And I'm sort of feeling like that's the direction, that's more of the question we're trying to answer is, you know, how do we as a county, as a community, you know, use our land in a way that results in low or no emissions? And that's where, you know, we're asking, how do you get to, you know, properties? How are those properties constructed? What are they used for? And I would just say that, you know, what I found is in kind of some of the best practices of how you would start to make decisions about achieving a low or no emission community in terms of our land use, that this type of study is one of the crucial steps. You know, that it would, it looks at it allows us to be able to look at what trade-offs there would be to different decisions we might make. And, you know, I think that is what we heard from the community in some ways of like, hey, you know, your decisions could really affect X, and be sure to be wary of your unintended consequences. And, you know, so I do think this is a really important step. I think it's supported by the best practice that we do this and we fund this type of research so we can poise ourselves to start to say, okay, what are the most crucial decisions that would get us closest to a low or, you know, no emission land use pattern? So with that, you know, you have my support on bringing it back and getting your RFP process started. And I'll just look for any other comments. Otherwise, I'm sure we can fill up the time with other discussion. Okay, and I do want to just check in with John Peacock, and you know, you're always really good at seeing any long down the road hazards or considerations for us. So I don't know if John's able to chime in at all. I can always tee that question up for him before this comes back for supplemental.
Kelly, would you mind teeing that up? You caught me on another phone.
No, that's okay. I know you're in and out, and it's busy. So no problem. I just, you know, my question was maybe when we're considering this or thinking about the RFP, you know, what kind of long down the road, you know, I don't know if hazards or considerations, you know, if you have any of those that you think we should be keeping in mind as well.
You know, I think we're going to need to have a conversation about how we conduct the public process going forward, and how we incorporate the information that we're gathering in these studies to support that process. But other than that, I think that'll take some strategizing for all of us. You know, as far as the budget implications and such, I'm not terribly concerned about that at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Patty?
Kelly? Yeah, I do have a broader based item to bring up. Just so staff is aware that as part of our agenda for our retreat, we're kind of looking at doing a topic of growth. So a lot of some of the thoughts and suggestions and issues that the BOCC may have about what we need to really address when we get down to the details of a growth management discussion in the public realm, hopefully will be vetted out through our board retreat. So Cindy, I'm sure you've already been notified. I just want to get that out there again, so it's kind of on the public record too, that, you know, we're going to move this along, but we're going to move it along carefully and with good thought, and you know, really focus on the issues at hand and how we can manage the discussions going forward.
Thanks, Patty. Okay, not seeing other comments. So you have your direction, thank you. And we will move on a little early to the next topic with all of you folks. For short-term rental licensing regulation discussion.
But Kelly, I have a question on that.
Sure.
We have a lot of people in the community maybe coming on for that. So maybe we could spend the next 15 minutes or something on one of our easier things like future agendas, just to wait, because I know there's a lot of public and I don't know if they've tuned in yet. Okay. Is that just a thought? I don't know, because I know I've been hearing from a lot of people.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to fill the time otherwise. So BOCC, we'll take a look at our future agendas right now, and then we'll be done by 1:30 to start the short-term rental conversation.
Perfect. Thanks, Kelly.
Yep. Okay, let me pull up agendas here.
Yeah, give me a second to catch up too.
So Kelly, while John's doing that, I just want to let the board know that for family issues, I might be changing the dates that I'm going to be out of town. As soon as I know when those dates will be, I'll make sure everybody knows when I'll be gone and what meetings I will be able to attend by Zoom or whatever from California with my family.
Okay, thanks, Patty. All right, John, any changes to our future agendas?
We actually don't have anything in the notes for future agendas today. I'm sure Patty will have something for us.
I have something
Actually,
too.
yes, I do. Do we have any topics for executive session with Healthy Rivers and Streams, or will that be set closer to, because that meeting is scheduled for February 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
So it's what, a week out?
Yeah.
Is that next week already?
Yeah, and so my guess is the answer is yes to that question. I have not had a conversation with John Ely yet, so I don't know what those are.
Okay, so just so the public so we and the public can know, The other question I have is our joint meeting with the city of Aspen. I'm assuming we're doing a Zoom meeting, but we have no end time. Did we purposely not put an end time to that meeting, or are we just going to spend the rest of our lives zoomed in with the city?
We have not set an agenda yet, and so have not set an end time. I think it depends what the topics are.
All right, because usually it's 4 to 6.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to assume 4 to 6 until you tell me otherwise. All right. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Yes, Steve?
So on February 10th, the Barrett door application is coming back to the board, which we looked at, some months ago. This is like a new application. They changed a whole lot of things on it. I will be stepping aside as a commissioner and just being a neighbor for this project. And Francie, this project is development on the ranch land that we sold to another party. That's land that my family used to own. And I've been talking with, now I can't remember who it was, about the story poles. The story poles are still up on the main house. They put them up for the caucus to be able to look at where they were moving the house, the main house, to a new location. And so those story poles are still up, and you're all invited to come by on Capitol Creek Road, and you can see the location of the main house. It's down off the ridge in a little lower piece of ground. And Leslie Lamont was going to speak with, I think was it Mitch Haas, I think, is the planner, about making sure that those story poles are left up so everybody can go look at them if you wish. So that's all I wanted to say on that.
Thank you, Steve. Francie?
Yeah, I noticed there's a telecommunications department something or other this afternoon, and I've been asked by several constituents to bring up the issues both up the frying pan right now with, I guess there's been halting on construction of a tower or something like that, and then also over in the Crystal River Valley, the sort of the mid-valley, and the inability of them to receive internet. And I don't know whether that's something that would come up during that other discussion or at another time, but that's the only thing I see on future agendas for quite a ways out about internet access in both of those valleys.
John Peacock, do you think Francie could raise those questions today with Jeff? I don't know if they're related.
No, neither.
Yeah, we can definitely give a brief update on where we're at with the projects up the frying pan, as well as access in the Crystal.
Okay, thanks.
Was it the Crystal, Francie? Or
yeah,
was
it's like the mid-Crystal area. There's a place where they just can't seem to maintain a signal, I guess, and they're wondering what's going to happen about that. Is there any plans for making it better?
Yeah, we can, if nothing else, get the questions raised with Jeff and follow up if necessary. He may be able to answer quite a few of them on the spot.
Thank you.
Greg?
Just thinking regarding the broadband, I know we've had people up in the Rudai area wondering how things are going and how progress is going, and if Jeff's able to make a progress report just on what's happening since we've got him. I don't know if that's something he's going to have time for or be able to do, just an update on what's happening with Rudai area as well. And also, I think it's a telecommunications issue. It's just that I know our radio towers for FM radio have been on the blink. KDNK was gone up here in our part of the valley for, it seemed like, almost a month. And so I know there's issues with generators and power supplies and what do they call them? Locators, transponders, yeah.
transmitters. Anyway, it'd be nice to understand what it's going to take to get consistent radio service, because it does seem like the signals have just gotten weaker. And that's maybe just to put it on the radar for a future conversation would be great, since we're talking about Jeff.
Patty?
Looking at, Jeff's just bringing forth the DOLA grant thing today. It sounds like there's a lot of questions and a lot of requests for just a broader spectrum update on all of this. So I think it'd be more appropriate if we schedule some regular, soon work session agenda time, so Jeff can, and, you know, other parties, other county staff can give us a broader presentation on the status of the whole telecommunications system we're talking about.
Great, Patty. Thank you. I think that would be.
I think it'd be more appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll note that to find time on a future agenda. Also, I wanted to put some time on next Tuesday and the following Tuesday for our review of our retreat agenda. And I know, John, you're waiting on me to give you feedback. So do you think you and I would have time to finish that by Friday to get it in our packet?
Well, it depends how bad the draft was that I sent. But yeah, probably.
Okay. Okay, so I'll note that additionally for, you know, I don't know how much time we ordinarily give for the board to review, but I think we should at least give 2, you know, we're 3 weeks out as of next week. So the board should have 2 looks at the agenda to approve it, I think, before we head into our retreat. So I'll add that. Okay, any other future agenda item interest, request, clarifications? No? Yep,
If I could,
Greg?
Kelly, if I could, John, just while we're talking about telecom and broadband, and I bring it up every so often, but I keep seeing the advancement of the satellite-based broadband and the promises of great improvements in bandwidth and upload and download and all that. And it would be great to get a report about the developments we've just seen since the last meeting. I know yesterday, for instance, Starlink launched another 140 satellites with an ambition of blanketing the upper northern hemisphere in the next several months, and providing service in those dark corners where I don't think our broadband is going to reach. And I just keep thinking we should always have that on the back burner as an alternative, because it may actually end up being a good option, or at least an option where there isn't one, with line of sight just not working in the mountains. We live in such a complicated place for line of sight internet service. So just wanted to say, if we can get an update on what's happening there, they may have some info for us too.
Okay, seeing no other input on future agendas, let's go back to our 1:30 work session item having to do with short-term rental licensing and regulation discussion. And we have several people who've been working on this for us. We have our ComDev department with Cindy Hubin and Ellen Sassano and Zach Hendricks, and we have our attorney John Ely and Michaela Higgins with the manager's office helping on this policy work. So I will turn it over, I think, to Cindy to kick off.
Great. John, I don't know if you wanted to have any, John Peacock, I don't know if you wanted to have any overview comments. We had discussed, since this is a multi-departmental type of look at new legislation before us, I don't know if you wanted to give any opening comments.
Well, I wasn't planning on it, but since you offered me the opportunity, Cindy, I just note that really today isn't so much about decision-making by the board as laying out what our options are with short-term rentals, particularly with the passage of legislation recently that allows both licensing and regulation as well as some of our land use authorities. And I think what we're really looking for today is some direction on process and such going forward. That's really what we're set up for. So today is about briefing the board on opportunities, options, and then getting some direction for next steps. And I think anything we do will require some, again, public outreach and such, but there's different ways for us to approach that.
Thank you, John. Kelly, I would like to just enter into the record a couple of letters that we have received since the packet has gone out that just want to make sure that everyone knows that we have received letters from Davy and Katie Odom in Redstone, Philip and Allison Long in Redstone, Chris Miguel, a potential property owner who has a property under contract in Redstone, Matthew Betcher and Alyssa Kearney, also of Redstone. Those are letters that all came in via email that I believe Charlotte has formally entered into the record, and we just wanted to get that on the record that we have received those. So with that, thank you. Yes, this has been an interdepartmental memo preparation, and thank you, Michaela Higgins, for putting the memo together for all of us. Michaela's been working on some data gathering for the last several months about what is available today in the short-term rental market. But we wanted to start off with John Ely basically talking about the parameters of the new legislation that's out there that provides enabling legislation for counties to be able to license and regulate short-term rentals. And then I'll follow John, and then we'll give you a little update by Melissa, and then we'll also do a little bit of what we know to date from public about what they're thinking, and then circle back to the board for discussion.
Okay.
So John.
If it's okay, I'll just jump in. Cindy, we received additional letter from Joe Wells that had been forwarded, maybe not to you, but definitely to the BOCC, and I'll make sure that your department gets a copy of that as well. And given today, for those who are watching, since today is a work session and we have 45 minutes allotted, it's not quite enough time to take public comment, which we ordinarily don't do in a work session anyway, but we will talk about what public comment opportunities will be forthcoming before we wrap this discussion up today. And Francie, it looks like
I just got a letter from Brittany Haley, another STR letter that I will forward to.
Okay.
Should I just forward it now since we're all in meeting anyway?
Send it to Charlotte to send to
Okay.
the whole board, and then Cindy also. Thank you. Okay, sorry to interrupt. Thank you. We're turning it over to John Ely.
Okay, thanks, Kelly and Cindy. So last year, the state legislature adopted an amendment to Title 30, Article 15, which is the county police powers section of the state statute. It allowed counties to enter into an expanded role for licensing and regulating small businesses, but to the extent those business activities were limited to short-term rentals or short-term accommodations, or alternatively, as is described in the Act itself, short-term stays of primarily vacation rental properties. So the idea is that the county now has the ability to regulate and to license this type of activity. As most of the commission is aware, the counties as a whole, statewide, have been lobbying, well, for years, really, to try to expand the county's police powers consistent with municipal police powers in the area of business regulation and business licensing for a lot of different reasons. However, the primary business activity has always been seen in the state as occurring within established municipalities, and not within unincorporated areas of the county. So the state legislature has always been pretty reticent of expanding the county's role and ability to act in this regard. The last year's effort was a product of lobbying that was done initially by Summit and Eagle County, and the motivation for those two counties to get involved was essentially to capture sales tax revenue that wasn't being collected and to equalize the sales tax burden on short-term rental properties or that were reflected as long-term residential properties to be commensurate with short-term rentals in lodging, B&Bs, and other facilities and commercial and properties like that. So Picton County was a part of that lobbying effort. We were pushing, of course, to extend the county's ability under the police power to regulate business activity, but in the end, the legislature was comfortable only in extending it this far. So what it means is that we have the ability to regulate and govern business enterprises that are engaged in short-term stays or short-term rentals, as we refer to them, and in a way that we can not only monitor them and have solid data on where they are and how much rental activity is going on, but to also collect the appropriate sales tax revenue for this activity and to evaluate the impacts of the activity on their surrounding neighborhoods and the county as a whole. So given the efforts and given the heavy lift really it is to get this type of legislation out of the legislature, not to pursue it, I think would be a very significant lost opportunity. If nothing else, even in periods like we are in right now and dealing with a pandemic, having a good handle on where our short-term rental properties are and what type of activity they're experiencing would certainly help us in the area of public health, that's for sure. So I think that it's certainly my recommendation that we pursue a licensing and registration type of regulation, and to consider then how to, or if at all, to expand that into establishing additional criteria for the issuance of those licenses. So in considering the state law that was adopted last year, the power or ability to regulate the activity and to license that activity is really rather broad. It extends the county the ability of full oversight to this type of activity and to over properties that are engaged in this type of activity, to the extent that the BOCC feels it's appropriate, given either the neighborhood or the area where the activity is taking place, or the cumulative impacts of the activity, or how to even foster it in circumstances where increasing the inventory, so to speak, of beds available on short-term rental basis is at a certain level. The path forward, I believe, not only is one as John mentioned, more of an in-depth public process and the receipt of, I would expect fairly extensive public comments, but I think also while we are outlining those procedures, to initiate a license, ordinance, and regulation that would at least accomplish the registration of all properties that are engaged in this type of activity. Oh, short-term stay or short-term rental, by the way, is defined in state law as less than 30 days. So when you're dealing with something in excess of 30 days or more, where someone owns a residential property and is living somewhere else and wants to rent that out and is renting it on a term of, say, years or months, then this type of regulation or prospective regulation and ordinance and licensing procedure simply doesn't apply. It only applies to evidence of rental activity for less than 30 days. At any rate, I think the the dilemma will not be so much in the construct of the licensing regulation, but will be in the many different variables that will probably present themselves for the BOCC to consider. I remember when we moved through the marijuana regulation and licensing laws for the county, the regulation itself was fairly straightforward, but it presented many different variables for the board to consider and to debate and to determine. For example, the board may want to have some discussion on what the term of the license would be, whether it would be probably a one-year term or something less or something more than that. The qualification of property to engage in short-term rentals might want to be evaluated by the board such that, excuse me, such that the board would say ensure that the property is equipped with smoke and CO detectors and has, say, adequate septic facilities and things of that type. It might also involve exclusion of some areas or neighborhoods within the county from any type of short-term rental at all, depending upon the neighborhood circumstances. The frequency of the rental activity is something that may be explored and examined by the BOCC, such that is the property being turned over continually without any real permanency in the residential occupancy of the property, such that you really have a default commercial endeavor that's dressed up as a residential property. That type of instance or use of the property can be explored and regulated by the board. Let's see, the density of short-term rental properties can also be analyzed. In other words, if it's okay to have this type of activity throughout the county, does that mean it should be unrestricted, or should it be at a level that is, well, not so overpowering in any given neighborhood, say? At any rate, these types of variables, I think, will necessarily involve a great deal of discussion by the BOCC and input from the public, but that initially, to get a licensing and regulatory ordinance in place is something that can be done a lot simpler and takes only the decision to take advantage of this police power that's been extended to the counties by the state legislature. I think that's about it as far as how the state law lines up on our abilities, unless any of the commissioners have any questions.
All right, looking to board members for questions for John Ely. He laid out a lot of options.
Yeah.
Greg.
Sorry for the scratchy voice.
Yeah, John, my question, I had a chat with John about this earlier offline before the meeting, but one question I had is, do we have any guidance from other communities and how other communities have responded to opportunities like this, or all of a sudden and I know some go back, maybe 9 or 10 years already, where people were dealing with the new online rental companies. Do we have role models we can look to?
Well, the only role models with that type of longevity in their experience are going to be the municipalities, given that counties were just extended this police power last year. So the development of regulations within counties is still relatively young. And the emphasis—
Is that nationwide, or are you just speaking about Colorado?
Oh, no, the state of Colorado. The emphasis of municipalities that have been regulating business activities, and in particular short-term rentals, for, well, decades really, decidedly emphasizes the collection of appropriate sales tax over any other type of concern. And that's the primary interest of municipal regulation, of business licensing, and so forth. The context of this type of activity in the county, which includes areas that are more densely populated and areas that are less densely populated, present a wider palette of issues to consider and to think about. And given, given the profile of our community, I don't know of any community I would recommend to the BOCC to emulate necessarily, because I think we have enough uniqueness in our community that we can take advantage of this ability to regulate and tailor the regulations to the way the public desires to see them, as that is expressed to the board or as the board identifies issues to be dealt with. The regulatory scheme or the ability for the county to act can be seen in other places within statutory law of Colorado other than the county's police power. For example, our land use regulatory ability. But it is decidedly easier from a legal perspective to enforce, implement, and to regulate activity under a license structure than it is under a land use structure. It's just simply easier. However, that said, there are many land use considerations that should go into the determination of criteria for the issuancing of licenses for short-term rentals. So that even if the final determination is that a regulatory scheme or licensing scheme will reside under this general police power of the county and not the land use code, I think that the constructs of the land use code and planning principles should inform how the criteria are developed for the licensing procedure.
Yes, Francie.
So I have a question about the purchase of a residential property in which there's no intention of the purchaser ever residing. So they're purchasing something that's zoned residential, but it's always rented out to somebody else. So currently under our law right now, is that an acceptable practice? Is that possible?
Under our law right now, there is no regulation that would limit that activity. So that is something that the board can consider as to whether or not that should be limited or prohibited outright. It is certainly a different profile. I would suggest that if somebody, say, has bought a house and is living somewhere else and is renting that property out, say on a term for, a one-year term lease arrangement, that is a different profile than the circumstance where a property is acquired and is being managed for constant turnover of short-term rentals. It creates a whole different profile of impacts on a neighborhood.
Right.
The former being essentially a residential use, the latter being essentially a commercial use.
Yeah.
But that is the type of activity, Francie, that if the board desires, we can regulate and even preclude in the county.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll just add, before we move on, there was, this conversation at the legislature was limited a bit because, just to your point, Francie, there was dialogue about should those properties be assessed as commercial properties since they're being used for commercial function, and that was not a direction the legislature was willing to go. So, that question continues to be sort of in the realm of this about the equity, but it's not anything that has been resolved or gives us an option as far as saying, well, you're behaving commercially, so then you'll be treated commercially in this way.
But it does sound like we have the option to regulate that, like they can only rent it out 100 days a year or 200 days a year, whatever we come up with. Sounds like the responsibility for setting those kinds of regulations rests with the BOCC.
Right.
That's great.
Any other questions for John? And otherwise we'll turn to Cindy to sort of provide the larger conversation that they've been having and hearing. Okay.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that I'll just add to what John Ely just mentioned by saying that we shouldn't forget that we have master plans in most of these locations. But unfortunately, this was an unforeseen activity when most of the master plans were drafted. So we may want to circle back and, you know, as part of our public outreach process and talk a little bit about that. But John spoke a little bit, and I think everyone understands that definitely we can get the land use code involved. I would like to mention, though, that Summit County did have a land use provision as well as a licensing provision, and they have decided to consolidate it all as part of a licensing with criteria that speaks to the land use type of issues, but they felt that it was much more easily regulated and understandable in one package. So that was one example, Greg, that we do have that's kind of evolved just more recently in the mountain setting. And with that, I think if Michaela wouldn't mind, I'd ask her to talk a little bit about the data that we've gathered so far, just so the board knows where that is. So thank you.
Yeah, so as you read in the packet, in April 20, we did contract with MuniRevs, which is a short-term rental licensing company. They initially just took stock of the short-term rentals, and as of right now, we have a couple hundred short-term rentals in unincorporated Pitkin County, so including Aspen and Snowmass municipal boundaries. We also have inventory and occupancy data from Gabe Preston with RPI Consulting. He uses AirDNA to acquire some occupancy data around short-term rentals, but really as the licensing process goes, we've contracted with MuniRevs for this process, but
we lost Michaela. Okay, so either Phyllis, which I know you've been involved with MuniRevs, I don't know if you want to jump in, or Cindy, you or someone else on the staff, to talk about what MuniRev is telling us.
I don't have the details of what they're telling us. We did choose MuniRev to do our inventory because that is the same companies that's contracted with the city of Aspen and Snowmass, and they do their licensing for them. And when I've asked the staff there, they're pretty hands-off. MuniRev takes care of it. What we don't have is a lot of, Michaela's back.
Oh, sorry. My internet shut down so quickly. What was the last comment that you heard of mine?
So we had just heard that you had contracted, the county has contracted with MuniRev and shows us that there's a couple of hundred in the inventory in an unincorporated Pitkin County, and that working with Gabe Preston, you started to talk about the information that he was able to provide.
Very good. Yes, so I was talking for a couple of minutes before I guess I realized. Yeah, so essentially with MuniRevs, they will help us with that licensing process. Right now, we don't have any property owner or property manager contact information because we haven't done that licensing process. Once we do move through that licensing process with MuniRevs, they'll not only have access to that property owner information, but then property owners usually send that information to a property manager, and then we build that base. So that would kind of enable us to have communication to an otherwise difficult to reach group. Any questions there?
Michaela, I don't know if when you got cut off, if you were talking about the occupancy information that Gabe's been able to gather for us.
Yeah, so the occupancy data, Gabe uses AirDNA for that information. It's less about the licensing process and more analyzing trends. So we have all of Gabe Preston's PowerPoints on our covid19.pitkincounty.com website. Underneath COVID data, you can scroll down to the economic indicators, which will give you a monthly analysis of occupancy data in Pitkin County. But that to say, there's no real stock. It's all in aggregate forms. So we don't know kind of how much that's unincorporated Pitkin County compared to incorporated and so forth.
Questions for Michaela? Francie?
Yeah, I had a question about the number 200. I thought I heard you say 200 in unincorporated, but then I thought you said Aspen and Snowmass as well. So what does that 200 mean?
For unincorporated Pitkin County.
Okay. So, and that's people who have reported that they're doing STRs, correct?
That's actually the number of short-term rentals that MuniRevs and their team has kind of gone through different short-term rental like advertisement agencies like Airbnb and VRBO and all of those. So they're not actually self-reported. They're all done through analysis on the web.
They've all been discovered.
Right.
Okay, thank you. How many are in Aspen?
Okay, I don't know. That would be a question for Aspen. So because municipalities have their own licensing process, they have their own information that we don't get access to.
Does anybody know how many there are in Aspen?
That's obtainable info.
I think,
Sorry, Patty?
well, maybe that's a good question for our joint meeting with the city of Aspen.
Yeah.
Greg?
Francie, I've heard in the past the numbers that have come out have been 1,000 pillows, something like that, in throughout the county. And I always think of it in terms of what does that mean in terms of hotel beds or hotel rooms, and it's a substantial number of people. It'd be the equivalent of maybe 30 or 40 small hotels.
Yeah.
It's a large number, and I've always that's fascinating. But I don't have an exact number. I would be very interested in hearing that.
Patty, did you have a question? No? Okay. I have some questions for Michaela as far as the data. So does this, for private property managers, or I guess maybe more boutique or discrete rental facilitators, would either Gabe or MuniRev capture some of that?
Yes, I'm not really sure the specific process and the ways they go about capturing that data, but if they have any sort of advertisement out there, then they would capture it.
So like I'm thinking like real estate firms that also manage, short-term rental type of contracts. And really I guess my bigger question is what are the data gaps that you guys see with what you currently have, with what a licensing program could tell us? So I see that as a potential gap, and I wonder if you have also seen other gaps.
It's hard to say what the gaps are right now because we haven't gone through that licensing process, which does give us a better understanding of what the short-term rentals are out there. I think that's a really good consideration in figuring out where those gaps are and how we address them, especially as we do enter that process. So I can reach out to both Gabe and MuniRevs and get some more intel there.
So like, I guess, let me offer another specific question. Then, for example, does the data we have now, would that give us neighborhood level activity? So like if we hear from one caucus, we don't want this activity, we see that it's generating this much more traffic, that's how many overnight stays are related to the short-term rentals in our caucus. Do we have that now, or is that something that we would need to do a licensing program in order to collect that level of data?
No, so we do have some of that data. Again, to your point, not sure what the gaps are, so not sure how many short-term rentals we're missing, but through the MuniRevs portal, you can take a look at kind of where the caucus area is and how many short-term rentals are within that. So For example, when we went to the Crystal River Caucus, Ellen and Cindy had me do some review of how many were in that area, and I believe there were 57 on Redstone Boulevard. Ellen, I'm looking towards you, something like that. But so it's not, the caucus area isn't embedded within the program, but we can kind of do that sort of back and forth to figure that out and have those conversations.
But could you figure out, sorry, Greg, I see you. I just want to finish my line of thinking. Could you figure out, not just where which building is doing short-term rental activity, but like how many nights out of the year, how many guests? Like, do we have that data now?
No, we do not have that data.
Thank you, very helpful. Okay, Greg.
Great, yeah. I was thinking along the same lines, just regarding what the variety of data is, because there's so much variety in the way of short-term rentals. I'm reading an article right now about hotel houses, I guess, have come online, and this is an article about Florida, but I think it happens everywhere, where a group of investors might buy a house and outfit it to become several separate mini hotel rooms. So it's a hotel house, but managed like with short-term rentals, versus individual rentals, or rentals where you have just part of a home, or on-site management. I think we have a lot of different variety of short-term rentals here, and some have greater and lesser impacts, and it'd be good to be able to distinguish between what we have and where we have it.
Okay, any other questions right now, or Cindy, you can move on?
Yeah, I think maybe we'll go ahead and move on with Ellen's discussion of what we have identified so far as some of the public outreach comments. When we were going through some of our growth management process this summer with outreach, we did contact, because a lot of this came up in our public outreach, so we asked caucuses what they thought. We've understood that this came up as a discussion part of the inventory with the airport relative to number of beds, and a couple other processes that have been going on with the county. So, Ellen, if you don't mind jumping in.
Sure, thanks. I know the board has received probably a lot of phone calls, and we know you've received letters, input from the community on the short-term rental topic. We just really wanted to give a snapshot of some of the pros and cons we've heard over the last year for the general public who might be listening. It's a really broad range of stakeholders who've been involved in the discussion, and we've heard both pros and cons on the topic. And I'll start with what we've heard in terms of the positive aspects of short-term rentals. Local businesses benefit from lights on in second homes, apparently. And the short-term rentals provide additional income to local residents who are just trying to make ends meet living here. And also, there's clearly a great investment opportunity for people who want to invest in this community, great short-term returns on their investment. Issues raised on the flip side cover also a broad range of topics, including as an immediate issue, the lack of compliance with COVID standards, and the fact that we really have no ability to enforce complaints that are coming in and to get compliance. So these are all probably issues that we're going to be looking at when we look at either a licensing or a land use regulation approach. But in terms of lack of enforcement, the issues that have come up from neighbors are the things that you'd anticipate. Partying, a lot of noise, parking issues, traffic issues, and I think John Ely alluded to the fact that there's some concerns about just general health safety issues around the short-term rental approach. these are buildings that are being permitted as residences, but used more in a commercial manner. So not really being permitted, considering the heavy use that septic systems are getting. Egress may be different. There may be fire marshal issues that would be approached differently if these were permitted as something other than a typical residence. Let's see. You know, there's a real concern about the erosion of neighborhood that these short-term rentals bring into the forefront. People are concerned that because there are so many people coming and going on a daily basis, service levels are increased, people coming to clean and provide other services to these residences make them something other than a typical permanent resident, and the neighborhoods are feeling very different, transient, and there's a real concern about eroding the neighborhood character. And then another issue that's come up, and I'll close with this and leave some time for questions, but is the fact that the short-term rentals have taken a lot of the long-term rentals that have been available to local residents out of availability. So that's creating a gap for those looking for long-term residential opportunities in the community from a rental standpoint. So there are many other topics that have been raised. Some of these could clearly be addressed in either a licensing or a land use regulation approach. So that's a snapshot. As I said, I know you've gotten a lot of letters, and if you have any other questions that you'd like to ask, I'd be happy to respond.
Thanks, Ellen. Board, questions for Ellen? All right, I'm not seeing any. I think, I know for me, a lot of these pro and con conversations came up when we were contemplating our support for the legislation. So there, you know, we recognize them and see them and have heard them as well. Steve.
I was actually just waving to Michaela, but now that I can recall, we did have endless discussions at CCI about, and I think at CCAT about, when we were working on the legislation for this. Some of the different issues that came up, different counties' approaches. One county was advocating for hotels to be taxed for property tax purposes as residential. And that was their way to solve the inequity between a private home being used as a hotel basically, but not paying a much lower property tax rate. So that was one of the big issues. Grand County seemed to have the worst impacts from just, I think, thousands of short-term rental properties, including a lot of public health and safety issues regarding people who would need help from law enforcement. They wouldn't even know the address they were at and couldn't describe how law enforcement was supposed to come there. There were lots of problems with overflowing trash and overflowing septic systems, which weren't designed for the number of people staying in the houses. So there are definitely lots of impacts. There are also lots of benefits to the people having an additional, like a supplemental source of income for themselves. And that's why most counties want to keep having the short-term rentals there. That's kind of the position I am coming from right now. Is I want to start doing the licensing partly so we can get a better count on how many short-term rentals we have in the county, and be having them pay a small licensing fee. It doesn't have to be a huge licensing fee, but it would be a way that we could ensure that they would then be paying their sales tax revenue from the properties to make it more, balance the playing field between the hotels and the short-term rentals. I would like to do just that for now and see actually how many and in what neighborhoods and what caucus areas there are short-term rentals. I suspect there are probably a lot more out there that aren't being counted right now.
Thanks, Steve.
At that point, then go to, in the future, we very likely would want to look at putting further restrictions or, looking at the differences between different neighborhoods.
Okay, so Steve prefers a licensing approach over a land use regulatory approach at this time. Francie?
I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the feedback I've gotten, which has been a lot. And one of the people who are in favor of STRs, one of the things that they said that I thought was pretty cogent was that a lot of the people who come to short-term rentals won't come and stay at a small lodge. They're coming with their family. They're looking for a family vacation with the dog. They want to be in a house with a yard. So they're not necessarily the same vacationers that would frequent the nearby lodges. So it's not like, well, if they're not in the short-term rental, then they'll be in a hotel or lodge. They may not be taking business directly away from the lodges. So that's one of the things that I heard that I thought sounded pretty true for at least a percentage of the rentals. And then I think the conundrum that's arisen for Redstone and probably some other small communities is that for a long time they had an issue with having enough people come to Redstone and shop at the stores and go to the restaurants, and there just wasn't enough business, and how could they increase their business? And then short-term rentals came along, and it's the wrong kind of business. It's like, well, we didn't mean that. we didn't want that. We wanted some other kind of way of getting business here. So, it's a genuine conundrum for them, and I really feel for both sides of the issue. I don't know. I mean, I've looked at other counties and tried to figure out what kind of regulations could be adaptable here in unincorporated Pitkin County. But I do think that licensing is the first step, but as Steve intimated, I do think we have a lot of short-term rentals that will slip through the cracks of licensing. Like I know of several where the same people come every year, so they're not advertising. Like Michaela said, if they're advertising, we're going to see them. I know a few that definitely don't advertise, but it's a place to start. It's, it's a beginning, and I think it would make other people in the communities feel a little more comfortable that we're doing something. We're taking some steps to figure it out.
Okay, and I just want to note for folks watching, we gained some time, so I think we can continue this conversation for at least another 10 minutes. So Greg, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just, I had a chat with John Ely earlier today on it, and he reminded me about the corporate lodges that we've had here for, I don't know, decades, where a company will own a ranch or a lodge, and people will come and go, corporate clients or members or whatever. That's been going on for quite a while. So it seems like it's a short-term occupancy facet that hadn't occurred to me before. I wanted to share a little bit of my own history. When my parents first moved to Aspen in 1950, the first thing they did, they leased a Victorian house in Aspen and rented rooms out.
And thinking back to that, wow, my family's basically done that the entire time we've been here. In fact, we often and have done short-term rental and long-term rental as well for many years. We've rented long-term to local people. We've also done short-term as well. And as a homeowner, I have to say, it's helped us make the rent and pay for the road repair, and and we kind of rely on that at times. But I also understand there are areas where there's an overwhelm. I was told about a place in Mountain Valley where I think it's one of these corporate type houses that were bought as an investment, and they just cycle short-termers through it all the time, and there may not even be an owner or a manager on site. And you have what really turns out to be a full-time 24/7 party atmosphere. And of course that's going to upset the neighbors. And I've received calls about that in recent months from people who are complaining about situations like that. So I think we have a wide range of situations where people rent rooms. I've got to say, going back to our own history, we rented rooms back in the 70s in Aspen, and I think the actual head of APSHA, one of the longtime heads of APSHA, was I think we were his first home in Aspen. He lived with us for a while. We've had a large number of people have lived in my family's home over the decades. So I have to say, it sounds as if the online availability and ease of short-term rentals has really changed the game and caused conflicts and problems. And it's not all bad, but there certainly are elements to it that can get out of control. I think that, as Francie mentioned, and people told, the sort of people who rent in a short-term rental often are not the type of people who are going to go spend a lot of money in a hotel, but they still want to have the experience. And I can only think of my own experiences traveling, where the peak experiences I've had entering another culture would be to stay in somebody's home in France or in England or in Africa or wherever I've been, where you get an experience which is really unique. And it's not only the highest level of elegance and cost, as Aspen has become so famous for, but you get regular people can come up and get a sense of the experience. And I think that's an important thing for our culture and our community as well. So I'm certainly very interested in this, and I think that Steve's suggestion regarding licensing, starting out small, getting a sense of what we have would really help. But I think, Francie, when Aspen initiated licensing, I think a lot of people came out of the woodwork. I don't know how many, if they're not advertising, it's probably pretty hard to find them. If you had a regular customer coming every year, you may be, incentivized or not incentivized to license them. But anything who's advertising at all, I think they're on the licensing rolls, and people know about them, and I think they're paying taxes now, and that's the point. So I think that that's a good way to start, and then modify it as we move forward. And one part of my discussion with John also this morning is because my family has been involved in this forever, and still are. At some point, if I see the need to it, I'll recuse myself if it ever comes down to voting on policy or something where might have a conflict. I just wanted to give my full disclosure now, but I really do want to participate in the conversation. And I also think, I'm hoping that we can reach out, and our staff can reach out to the short-term rental companies, the Airbnbs and the VRBOs and the others, because they deal with this all the time, and they have solutions that might actually really benefit us, because they are incentivized to prosper and make sure communities enjoy what's happening rather than resent it. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Francie?
One thing I was thinking, that if we do license and you have a unit and you're advertising through Airbnb or through VRBO or something, it might be a kudo for your property that says licensed by Pitkin County. And so that would be something I would think that would be a positive for people who have units, although the taxes, of course, would be a negative, but or the fees. So, Steve, you're proposing that we start with licensing and not collecting taxes? Is that correct?
Steve, did you hear Francie's question?
I didn't quite catch the whole question, Francie.
Are you proposing that we start with licensing with a, I don't know how big a licensing fee, but we don't start thinking about collecting taxes as part of the plan?
Well, yeah, definitely. I think we should start doing a licensing fee. Now, the registration fee, the reason I suggested keeping it low is some people don't rent their houses that much, and they might only rent it a few times a year during peak times. If they had to pay a high annual fee for maintaining that, it wouldn't be worth their time to, is what I understand. People have quit doing their houses as Airbnbs for that reason. The annual fee is just too much. So starting with a low fee and probably keeping the low registration fee, I think is important.
But I think, Steve, the question is would part of their qualification to retain their license require, payment of sales and lodging tax? So Francie's asking you if that's whether yes or no.
Well, yeah. No, I would think if someone it would be an enforcement thing if someone doesn't register their house as a short-term rental, and then we find out about it, that would be one thing. If someone pays the licensing fee, then is not paying their taxes, and if that is found out, those would be sort of enforcement issues for the county to deal with.
Okay, we're running out of time quickly, so I want to check in with Patty.
I'm good. I think the discussion has a ways to go, so I'm good with the input we've had so far. And I think licensing is a great first step. As far as taxing, I'm not sure what would be incorporated in that, but let's start looking at a licensing program, start collecting some more data, and see where it goes.
Okay, John Ely.
Thanks, Kelly. I'll go ahead based on this sort of loose direction from the board now to prepare something for the board to look at, and if that passes muster with the board, then we can take that out and elicit public comment. I would like to mention something about the fee, though. The fee is not something that can be a cash cow for the county. The fee is simply something that reflects the actual administrative costs of maintaining a program, such as the registration or licensing of the businesses. So it's not something that's a win for the county. It's something to defray our actual costs.
Thanks, John. Greg.
Question for John regarding data collection. Say we want to make sure people are following the rules regarding COVID, or they're providing data through the licensing. I assume you'll be adding language like that. I don't know what we can do or what we should do, but I think that certainly one of the concerns we have, as Ellen mentioned during the pandemic, is are people doing the proper thing regarding keeping places clean and hygiene and safety regarding COVID? Can that be built into a licensing program?
It can. Hopefully, COVID is a much shorter term problem than will be the steps of licensing a business activity. But I think by simply having more complete information on where this type of activity is occurring, that we can reach out to those property owners engaged in short-term rentals with specific instructions, and then monitor them through the public health agency rather than the county's short-term rental licensing.
Okay, I'm seeing a few hands. We are getting to the end of our time. I want to have time for sort of framing where I think we're at, so I'll just do that quickly, and then we'll go to Francie and Cindy. I'd hoped we'd get a little more detail to John Ely. I don't think we've provided him a ton of detail about what a licensing program should look like, so I'll just throw out the questions that I think I see outstanding, and those include, how long should a license be? You know, what should the fee be? What do we expect the cost will be to run this program? You know, how do you qualify to engage in short-term rental activity? So requiring, you know, appropriate fire, septic capacity, things like that. What does that laundry list look like? And I think there is, you know, this question of, is there a residency requirement that has come up in other communities? Do we want to tackle that here? You know, Greg's example is of full-time residents who are renting out their homes, from what I understand from his family's example, and there's obviously other examples of people who just purchase the property as an investment. So is that something we want to consider? I would expect we would go out for public comment on kind of all of those points. And then some of the other things that John brought up, I see as in more of the zoning land use, you know, exclusion of STR activity in a neighborhood, density of short-term rental activity in any neighborhood. And I don't know where the question about the frequency, you know, do we allow someone to run a short-term rental 365 days out of the year or for a shorter term? So those are some outstanding questions I see. And I guess I would ask when this comes back, it would be helpful to know, Cindy, too, what the master plans say, if at all, about this type of activity, so we can just sort of have that as fodder in our minds. Because the Crystal River Caucus did pass a resolution to us, which was not a consensus, but did by majority say that they want to limit this activity along the historic boulevard. So that is, you know, an ask on us to use zoning powers to address this activity. So with that, I'll go to Francie and then Cindy.
I had some of the same questions that you had. I just want to clear up one thing. It wasn't really a majority. It was 15 for, 5 abstaining, 11 against. So I think we need to be careful not to represent that as a majority. And in addition to that, many, many people were not made aware that that was the topic of that caucus and were not present and are upset about that. But that aside, I also wonder, John, about, so if you file your license, then you're saying that you are acting as a lodging establishment. So then would there be some structure under which they would be paying a lodging tax on their property at a prorated scale as compared to a residential tax? Is that something that we need to think about? Is that part of the process, or?
Well, as Kelly mentioned, the legislature didn't want to tackle the issue of real property taxation in regards to this licensing bill. The issue of the property tax, the real property tax, and the classification of the property as to whether it's residential or commercial is an interesting one, but and maybe one we want to get into, but it's a bit of a reach right now, at least initially. The typical, usual, immediate concern is collecting sales tax for the short-term stay. So once you have somebody registered and licensed to conduct the business, it naturally involves the collection of what is a fair tax for whatever revenue is earned.
Well, and an extension of that, of course, now if people are going to apply for a license, it means that now they are committing themselves publicly to having additional income. So I imagine quite a few of these are not reported as income. So I think it's going to be thorny.
And we have our cities to look to help identify those thorns, because they've done it. Okay, Cindy. You're on mute.
Thank you. Just really quickly, I'm sure, Kelly, you meant to embed with the cost of running the program, the enforcement aspect of the program, because I think that will be really big for us to consider. And then I think also that when we come back to you, John, we may, as the program progresses, want to look at what other communities have done in an organized way to go out and do the public outreach to the communities and potentially, use some consulting help to reach out to all the different sectors and stakeholders that we've heard about.
Thank you, Cindy. Yeah, I did promise we would identify those opportunities. So I anticipate, let me know if I go astray, but that there would be opportunities for caucus input down the line, and that any licensing program, in addition to any informal public outreach that your department facilitates, and that this licensing program would require a 2-read ordinance, which has is a public hearing also. Okay. So more to come. Okay. Anything else from the board to tie up this conversation? All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. This was great, and I'm happy to see all of you staff on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good to see you all.
Yeah. So I'm going to suggest, how does everyone feel about taking a little break now? We'll come back at 2:45. We'll start with our open discussion, and then that way we can be ready for Jeff at 3.
Sure.
We haven't done City of Aspen.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Thanks, Patty.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Anytime,
thank you.
Kelly.
And I have all my notes from our conversation, so thank you for keeping me on. All right, we won't break yet. We'll move on to our preparation for our joint meeting with the City of Aspen, which will be, gosh, is that next Tuesday already? Okay. So John Peacock.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. And Francie, since this is your first time with these, we try and have regular meetings with our neighboring jurisdictions. Aspen is probably our most frequent. We try and do those quarterly. We generally set aside some time for the board to talk about topics that they would like to visit with the city council about, and then we try and blend the interests of the two bodies into an agenda for a joint meeting. And so I am meeting with Sarah Ott on, I believe, Thursday. So we're a little bit out of order. Usually we try and meet at the staff level and bring some ideas to you. We're going to be behind you all this time. But I would throw out at this point, if there are some topics that the board would like to discuss with the City of Aspen at the next joint meeting.
Okay. I have some ideas. Anyone else want to start? Steve?
I would put the short-term rental discussion as part of it, based on our discussion today. Also, I would ask the city if they are interested in having a position on the airport advisory board.
Okay. Thank you. 2 for consideration. Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I appreciate those. I was going to suggest those. Also, something Steve brought up in the recent meeting when we were discussing the jail and the funding of the jail and the possibility of a new jail. Steve kind of threw out the possibility that the jail might move from its present location, perhaps out to the ABC area out there. Maybe there could be a trade. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you suggested perhaps a trade for the lumberyard property, so the employee housing could actually be in town, the affordable housing right in town with the jail location. And I think that's an idea worth discussing personally. So jail redevelopment and lumberyard housing might be on that, and it's a kind of a scary thing to bring up because it's a big, scary topic, but I think it's a good idea for discussion purposes. The other one that I would, and this could be ongoing, it doesn't have to happen in the next meeting, but I'd love to see it teed up as we move farther in toward our discussions on the jail. The other one is just regarding energy efficiency, remodels, energy efficiency in building new affordable housing or any housing. How are we doing with that? Our discussions at CORE often are around, how can we make our existing housing stock more energy efficient? How can we make affordable housing energy efficient? And I think that's an important discussion to have with the city. In fact, there was a proposal to CORE by someone who lived in affordable housing to upgrade their unit to make it energy efficient, to go for zero carbon. And the hurdles that were thrown in front of them were so great that it killed the deal. And it's really unfortunate because we all talk about climate change and the need to really do something substantial in regard to climate action plans, things like that. But when the rubber hits the road, we kind of folded on that one. And so I'm hoping the Corps brings it back up, but I also think it's a conversation the city and the county could be having as well on how we can all keep focused on really meaningful climate action. So those are the two that I came up with to share today.
Greg, if I could just comment on that last one, because I was at that APSHA meeting when that proposal came forward. The request that I think was is the larger policy discussion had to do with the request for valuation increase on the affordable housing unit related to the energy efficiency upgrades. And so that's the policy conversation, right? Is do you allow valuations on APSHA inventories to go up for those type of investment? If so, how high, to what cap, blah, blah, blah. So, that was the bigger policy discussion related to that specific instance. Patty.
Yeah, I just think.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think having a discussion with the city about flipping property at the jail for the lumberyard that's a 2-hour discussion in itself, since the city has moved so far forward with their plans for building out there for 350 units to 400 units. Don't think they could fit those in where the existing jail is. But you can probably just ask if they're interested rather than, have a full-blown discussion on it to see if they're interested in the first place. I think that I'd like to hear what the city, if John has spoken with Sarah, to see if the city has thrown out any ideas so we can maybe agree on those. It's generally a 2-hour meeting, so I'd like to be able to really focus on some priority discussion issues, and then maybe at the end of the meeting have next steps or future agenda items and for our next meeting to move forward. But, sometimes we load those meetings up so much, we don't really have time to talk any of the issues as much as we should and we could because we put too much on the agenda. So I'd like to see what John has, if he's heard anything from Sarah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Patty, Sarah and I are scheduled to meet this Thursday, so we're running behind. We haven't flipped.
Back that statement, Kelly, and say maybe then we give Sarah our ideas for John's discussion on Thursday. As far as energy efficiency in the housing program, I think the broader discussion with the city would be to know where their land use code is as far as energy efficiencies compared to where the county's land use code is. I'm not quite sure if they've bumped theirs up like we haven't spent so much time on doing at the county level. So Cindy could probably answer that right off the top. Any of the other specific items, I know we've talked about seeing some kind of stance with COVID, sitting down with city council at the same time to have a COVID discussion. We haven't really sat down at a joint meeting to do that. That for me is probably a priority, but I don't know if Cindy can just answer really quickly since I see her on here. If the city has bumped up their land use code to address the energy efficiencies like the county has, and if that might be worthy of discussion.
They have, but not in the same way. They have increased their energy efficiency. It's a different type of program. But what we found on having participated on the core board, Patty, we were able to, with some money, I think you might remember last year or the year before, it must have been the year before, we took money from the REMP program and upgraded many of the rental market affordable housing units beyond what codes either city or county required at the time. So I don't think we have to be limited by, the codes. We can go beyond if you would want to.
And those improvements were made to new buildings, not to existing?
No, those
or both?
Yeah, those improvements were made to the the Country Inn property,
Aspen Country Inn,
as well as the over at the golf course, the
Prescott
property. And we found with the core board that we were able to increase efficiency in those projects by about 16% for each unit, just by some upgrades that were taken. And I can't remember all the upgrades, but it was an interesting and very good exercise. And I think we could continue with that. But those are rental versus ownership.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a growing list, which I'm noting, and John, I can get with you to make sure we're on the same page. But additionally, I think another conversation that's come up has been discussion about whether we expand the child care and housing sales tax that exists in the city of Aspen out to the entire county. So that sort of comes up as something to be interested in. And we thought we'd maybe touch base with the city about other if they are planning to refer any measures to the ballot this year, or if we are planning to refer any measures to the ballot this year, or early discussions related to that. And then one idea was to report out about our air quality efforts that Cindy led, which we heard a report out last week, to share with them what that information is and what our, plan is moving forward, given that that's sort of more of a regional issue. And then finally, I just want to check in. Is there interest in COVID, having conversations on COVID? I looked to Patty. She raised some interest related to that, and we could talk about our alignment on law enforcement. We could talk about the 5-star program. We could talk about how we're getting resources out to help people in business in the community. So I just want to check in on interest on that conversation as well. Greg.
I think that's all important regarding the COVID response, but I also know that the city does have members on the Board of Health, as do we, and the conversations come down in our COVID reports and our community meetings. So I'm concerned about redundancy and the limited amount of time we actually have with the city, because we've just gone beyond 2 hours worth of meeting already with some of these topics. So maybe I'd leave it to John and Sarah to decide, just to eliminate the redundancies there. But certainly, if there's something we can address or should address in the joint meeting, I'm all in favor of it, as long as it's not a COVID report, because we're already getting those.
Okay. So John, I just want to check in with you. I had offered to reach out to Tori. I wanted to wait until our board sort of gave me their list of ideas. But is any clarifying questions for you, or any other things that you see that are going to come up?
No, I've got about 7 topics down, so we only have about 8 hours of meeting that we need to do. So Kelly, I think what we'll do, if it's okay, I will check in with Sarah on Thursday and see where we have overlap and what items might be, I think, most ripe for conversation. Bring those back to you, and then if you and Tori want to work any other agenda magic from there, and we'll get it set up.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm. All right, well, let's take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 3 o'clock for open discussion. Okay, thank you, everybody. Grassroots will be back at 3. Thanks. Please. Okay, welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, January 26th. We're moving through our agenda here, so we're at a board open discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. And we have a couple of updates or discussion items for you. One is listed on the agenda with Jeff Kruger's here to talk a little bit about a grant opportunity. We also gave Jeff a heads up that if he could give a quick update on just a couple of the questions you all had this morning. Understanding we're going to need to set up a larger conversation around telecommunications. And then Nan is joining us to talk about some suggested changes to funding that we had made to the Mountain Voices project. So, Jeff, do you want to kick us off?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
So I'm having issues with my video. Video's not coming across, it looks like. I'm going to try to share my screen to see if that works. Are you seeing my screen at all?
So Jeff, we're seeing your screen, but it's the Zoom launch window. Probably not the one you want to show us. There you go.
How about that?
Yep.
Super. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for fitting me into your busy schedule today. I know you were really swamped today, and I really appreciate it. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the telecommunications manager for Pickens County. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about an incredible opportunity for Pickens County, the citizens of Pickens County, as well as the entire Roaring Fork region, and it's called the Roaring Fork Broadband Middle Mile Fiber Project. To give you a little background, Holy Cross Energy recently announced their 100 by 30 program. So it's to be on 100% renewables by the year 2030. In order to achieve that goal, they need to connect their offices and grid substations to fiber. And that's in order to improve grid efficiency. This is how renewables get added into the system. And the other benefits are to reduce carbon emissions and lower costs. Now, their board approved this project last year, and they plan to do construction in the summer of 2021. And they're going to build aerial fiber all the way from Glenwood Springs to Aspen. Now, knowing that Holy Cross is going to start this initiative, the county, as well as other municipalities in the region, partnered with them to build on this. So this includes Holy Cross Energy, Pickens County, the city of Aspen, the town of Snowmass Village, as well as the town of Basalt. And the plan is to create a dedicated 80 gigabit per second network going up the valley. This will be a, what I would call a foundation or backbone of broadband for many, many years to come. It also easily scales. Right now we have a 10G CenturyLink going up the valley only. This will provide 80G from the start. It also easily scales to 800G. We also connect to the Northwest Colorado Council of Governments, Project Thor, both in Glenwood and Aspen, so it provides a highly resilient fiber connection so that anywhere fiber is cut, we still have connectivity. And we're also planning on expanding on the HCE build with fiber both in Aspen, Snowmass, and Basalt. And one thing that we've seen from the pandemic is that broadband is really a lifeline for everyone. regardless of where you live, what your income level, what your education is. For those that had broadband during the pandemic, they were able to continue working. They could attend classes, attend school, yet those without broadband found themselves more cut off than ever. Let me go to the next chart. So as part of this effort, Governor Polis, he recently allocated $60 million for broadband grants. These are being reviewed by DOLA through the EIAF grant application fund. We are required, in order to get grant funds, to produce a basically written grant. It is under review. It does also require 50% matching funds. And the broadband grant can be used really for anything that's broadband related. Infrastructure includes equipment purchases, construction, and even fiber lease. On this current round, there is no deadline. So it's really a first come, first serve for that $60 million, but time is of the essence. There's really a heavy competition for all these funds. We are planning an emergency resolution on February 10th, just as a heads up for you. And let me quickly go into hopefully everybody could see this. So this is a Google Earth showing the fiber paths, both for Holy Cross as well as the collaborating partners. So their fiber is going to start in Glenwood Springs, go all the way up the valley to their Basalt substation. It continues up the valley to their Snowmass substation, as well as their Aspen substation. And the partnership, what the partnership is doing, is then building on top of that. So we plan on running fiber in Basalt to the Basalt High School, as well as to the Basalt Vista project. And along the way, we just so happened to hit the Pickens County Telecommunications building called Southside. North of Basalt, we plan to create a loop, which really goes through the entire old Basalt district, all the way up to the Holy Cross substation, back down to the highway. So by creating a loop, if there is a fiber cut anywhere in that loop, we still have connectivity. The first item we plan to connect is our Basalt Meet Me Center, and this in turn will connect the Pickens County Public Health Department, which will be moving to that location this year, as well as the Mountain Family Health Center. The loop continues on. We hit the Roaring Fork School District, and we also hit the Basalt Town Hall. So Basalt, being a partner in this, will be paying for part of this fiber. Continuing up valley, we go through Old Snowmass. The fiber then runs very close to the landfill. So we plan to do, it's really a 500-foot fiber run from here to the new Solid Waste Center Ops and Maintenance building. And from there, we put in new fiber this year from there to the scale house. Continuing up valley, Aspen, the city of Aspen, plans to run a connection over to Cozy Point Ranch. As well as the intercept lot. So this is in support of transportation modernization programs. And then continuing up valley all the way to Aspen, we will connect to City of Aspen fiber infrastructure, which will in turn connect us to the North 40 Meet Me Center, which is where the 911 dispatch center is. So this allows us connectivity into the entire city of Aspen region. Also, going up Brush Creek Road from the intercept lot, Snowmass Village will be adding fiber all throughout the village. This is a underground conduit. So they are running fiber all the way to the town hall, which also connects our communication site at town hall, and in turn running a loop over to Owl Creek Road, stopping just past the Public Works Department, right here. And the county then wants to extend their fiber over to a vault that we have right here, so that we can run fiber all the way up to our Jackrabbit communication site. So this will be the first tower site in Picken County to have fiber. And that really is in a nutshell. I know I don't have a lot of time, and I can't go into a lot of any more detail than this, but this is really in a nutshell what the project encompasses.
Okay,
the other item I want to talk about, really the last item, is cost.
Oh, that's what I want to know.
So this is important. All the costs associated with this build are covered under the DOLA grant. So DOLA will cover 50% of it. The partners include Picken, Aspen, Snowmass, Basalt. Due to cost reasons, we elected to have Snowmass Village do a separate application for their construction as well as for developing the 80G network. So they've submitted a separate application for these items. Picken County will be the managing agent for the rest of the items, and we will then in turn submit an application for these other items. For Picken County alone, total costs with contingency are roughly $400K. DOLA would cover half of that, which would leave Picken County with coming up with $198K. Now for that $198K, we have some funds already allocated, roughly probably around $50K. So we would then in turn need to do a supplemental for about $150K to cover this project. Snowmass, both Snowmass, Town of Basalt. In fact, I'm going to be speaking at Town of Basalt meeting tonight. They're basically in order. They are looking for from their town council to get approval. Snowmass has gotten approval, and I believe the city of Aspen is going to be going forward to get approval on their end shortly. There's a lot of information here. I know I don't have a lot of time. Are there any questions?
Okay, board questions, Patty?
Yeah, I just need to know where's the money from Picken County's match going to be coming from?
Yeah.
So Patty, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah. Well, the translator fund is a little tight right now.
I know that. That's why I asked the question.
I understand that. Yeah, I think we might be able to come up with a little bit from translator. It's again, we were cutting the numbers pretty close, if you recall, at the last budget. So my guess is probably it's 100 to 150K is going to need to come from general fund.
Okay, and that's kind of, I figured that, but isn't there, I know there was an amount we'd already taken out of the general fund and we were hoping for payback from the translator fund. And then we were told that probably isn't going to happen either. So I don't know, can we come up with a plan for payback at some point in the future to get back that money back from the translator fund into the general fund?
Maybe on this amount, Patty, but we're struggling with capital funding out of translator versus operating funding. That's the discussion we had during budget this year. I think we can bring back that analysis to the board. I think what we're looking for right now is permission to apply for the grant to see if we even get it, to have these matching costs. But of course, did not want to do that without the board understanding what these additional financial commitments.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. I think, of course, we should go ahead and apply for it, but we need to have a plan when it comes back to ask for funding, where the money's coming from, if there could be a payback. You know, again, my position is this needs to be done, and we'd have to figure out how to fund it, but we cannot keep drawing out of our general fund for everything without a plan.
Thanks, Patty. Steve, and then Greg and Francie.
Thank you. Jeff, how does this system tie in with the wireless broadband system? I notice it does go to, you know, some of our touchdown spaces. It does go up to our first mountaintop site, so it looks like it would have some interconnectivity there to make it some more redundancy and maybe more capacity in our system?
Yeah, thank you, Steve. It does provide basically additional resiliency into our wireless broadband network. Today, we have a single point of ingress at North 40. So for everything feeding the Pickens County wireless network, it's all coming from this location on a microwave link. Basically, it's two microwave links, one of them going to Lowe's, the other going to Ajax. So this is where everything feeds into Pickens County broadband wireless. This new project, again, will provide fiber to Jackrabbit. So there's another ingress point for the wireless system. And another one is in the town of Basalt. With the Basalt Meet Me Center, we currently have a microwave link going from Basalt Meet Me Center to Crown Mountain. And so this would then now provide a third internet, if you will, ingress point into the wireless network. So yeah, it just adds two other points of resiliency to a network that right now has a single point of failure.
Greg, and then Francie.
Great, thanks, Jeff. This is very exciting. I'm just wondering, so it sounds as if this adds to creating a resilient system, but we're not creating redundancies that could allow us to eliminate other things. It sounds like we're not replacing anything. What we're doing is just adding on using this opportunity. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, correct, Greg. We are adding on, but adding on with 8 times as much bandwidth. So it is an addition, but it's a massive fire hose versus a small 1-inch pipe today.
I got it. And I think that, when people talk about trying to get wireless everywhere in the county, I just know how difficult or maybe even impossible that's going to be. But I think that moving in and building a more robust system where we can certainly makes sense. So I certainly would approve applying for the grant now. And yes, I do share the concerns with Patty regarding where the money is going to come from eventually, but I think we ought to certainly apply for the grant.
Thanks, Greg. Francie?
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jeff. And I'm wondering if you could just describe what aerial fiber actually means. Just give me a picture of it. Are we talking about on power lines? What does it look like?
Yes. Good question. Aerial fiber is on existing Holy Cross Energy power lines. So it's similar to how they run, phone and cable today. It'd just be another lash point on the power pole that they in turn would run fiber on. In some cases, in some of the builds, because there's not aerial fiber or power lines everywhere, of course, in some cases we actually have to do underground. And really one of the main reasons why Snowmass Village costs are so high is because everything in Snowmass Village is underground. Mm-hmm. So whenever you go underground, costs go up.
Yeah.
And by using aerial power lines or power poles as much as possible, it helps reduce that cost significantly.
Okay, and then my other question is, so Carbondale's not part of this?
Carbondale is not part of this right now. This can certainly, we believe that this will expand in the future. You know, as other GOA grants are released, which I'm sure they will be in the future, we believe that, you know, Willits potentially could be connected, El Jebel could be connected, Carbondale could be connected, and other places down valley could also be connected. So this is really going to be the stepping stone, I believe, for broadband connections throughout the Roaring Fork region.
And if everybody doesn't mind, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
So the actual transit line is not tappable. It has to go to a station that's already a wireless station. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that? I didn't
Well,
quite hear it.
it's not a very intelligent question, so I don't know quite how to say it. So along the line where the fiber is going, it's not like it can emit any kind of wireless. It has to go to a already wireless station before any internet is transferred, transmitted, whatever.
Yeah, it needs to be, we need fiber going to any location that has our Pickens County microwave system installed.
Yeah, okay.
So that's where I think Steve was referring to, you know, will this help our Pickens County wireless broadband network? And it definitely will, because we only have one point today where we feed our wireless network, and that's at the Aspen North 40 Meeting Center.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I get it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'd be happy to show you. I know my name came up a lot earlier today, and and I'd be happy to kind of, you know, if we do a future work session, really to kind of go over the Pickens County wireless network, what all the sites are, how they are connected, and maybe provide some of that background to you.
Okay.
Greg.
Yeah, Jeff, just thinking back the history of undergrounding of power lines in Aspen and Snowmass, the way Snowmass did it, I can just imagine there'll be an incentive or an urge to have aerial lines because they're cheaper, of course, and this is an opportunity using existing poles. I think the direction we were all moving in previous decades was to try to underground everything as much as possible. What opportunities are there for undergrounding? You know, if this is an additional line on a series of power poles, is it going to be that much harder as we try to underground some of our utility lines? You know, in kind of following the aesthetic reasons for doing that over the past decades.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a question, Greg.
Well, it's certainly a comment. I can imagine
Okay.
somebody's going to say, "What are you guys doing? You know, you're stringing more lines over our heads. Why are you doing this?" And I'm just thinking, you know, I don't know if Holy Cross has plans to underground any lines, but if they did, would these be able to go through the same conduit?
Unfortunately, no, because there is a separation requirement between power and low voltage. And so anytime we run low voltage or fiber, has to be in a separate conduit.
Okay, so that's pretty.
You know, one of the things that you know, a lot of municipalities as well are requiring what they call a shadow conduit. So anytime a conduit is run, they want a second one run for future use, which is a great idea. And in fact, Pickens County has a dig once policy, and you know, really anytime there's a you know, major road construction, or as an example for the underpass that recently went in for the at the Basalt Roundabout, we used that policy. In fact, this leg of conduit right here where the underpass is on Highway 82, we actually have conduit there already. So that was part of the Pickens County dig once. When this construction was going in, we put 3 4-inch conduits going through that underpass.
Great. Just out of interest, when Black Hills ran a second a redundant gas line up the valley, did a conduit go in along that line, I wonder, while they were doing that on McLean Flats, or anybody know?
You know, that one I do not know, Greg.
Okay, interesting. Well, if they do any more of that, we should try to make that part of the deal, I guess. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I believe there's support for Jeff to apply for this grant, and we'll have further discussion. Since I don't know how much open discussion we have, I'm hesitant to yield more time to ask Jeff our other questions that came up today. So maybe, Jeff, before you go, let me just check in with John Peacock and the board to see if we have that time or if there are other topics, because we're running over.
I know we've got one more item to cover with you in open discussion, and then I never seem to be able to keep my COVID updates to the hour schedule.
Okay.
So just
Okay.
that heads up.
So we'll just try. Jeff will schedule time with you to go over where we're at with all of our broadband efforts and with some of the questions that came up this morning, if that's okay. But I think you have your direction.
I'm happy to do it, and yeah.
Okay, good luck on the.
Welcome to do it. Thank you.
Do you need letters of support from our municipal partners? Are they already planning to submit those to you? Do we have to ask for them for you?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yeah, I think like I said, it's really it's right now it's just us and City of Aspen for final approval.
Okay, great. All right. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you
Good luck.
very much, everyone.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeff.
Bye-bye.
All right, so let's go to John, the other item with Mountain Voices Project.
Yeah. So we have Nan with us, and I think Nan's prepared to present that item.
Yeah, and I promised John I'd be quick, and if there are more questions, I can come back in a work session. So you all may remember that around November, Mountain Voices Project came in with an innovative idea to provide rent relief where landlords would give up a third, the fund would pay a third, and the resident seeking help would pay a third. So you all supported that innovative idea and agreed to release $50,000 in 2 tranches, one 25 and then the second 25. I've been managing that contract, and happy to say that Mountain Voices gave it a really good go, but they really had trouble getting the landlords to relinquish a third of the rent. So they came to me a couple of weeks ago and asked if they could keep the money and allow their vetted agencies to have more negotiation really between what the fund pays and what the resident would pay. And just a reminder, they got $101,000 for this project between us and Eagle County, Pickens County, City of Glenwood Springs, and the Community Foundation. And so I talked to Lindsay LaFaro and said that because, I listened, I heard what they were doing. I think it was a really good effort. But at this point, we're contributing funds to the Community Foundation to give money to those very same vetted agencies for nonprofit rent and humanitarian aid. So my recommendation to you and to Lindsay, and she understood and agreed with it, was that we terminate the contract. We don't give them the second tranche. We don't ask for the $25,000 to come back to us. I think they will spend it in Western Garfield County probably. It's a good effort, and they're giving it to some partners who are not on our regular list, but that we really focus on our funding to Aspen Community Foundation. And just celebrate that they tried something, and it wasn't as successful as they hoped. But that gives us some choices about what you all do with your discretionary funds.
Okay, questions for Nan? Patty?
I support what Nan has suggested to us. Let them, the 25,000, because they, you know, when it came forward, we were like, good luck with the landlords. We kind of thought that would be their big hurdle then. And then bring that, keep the other 25,000 in our pockets, because I know we'll have another need. It could be the same type of need, or it could be totally different. But yeah, I think then we can just move forward. So thanks for bringing it back to us, Nan.
Yeah,
Nan,
absolutely.
oh, Steve, go ahead.
Just for everyone's, you might already know, but Mountain Voices Project is having a meeting on Thursday evening, I think at 6 o'clock, I think. I can't remember exactly, but I'll be on that call just to, I could give information back, whatever I can learn from them there.
Thanks, Steve. Nan, I have a question. Do you know, are the landlords taking advantage of the property owner preservation fund, or are these tenants able to, you know, get funding also through the EHAP and our programs?
Yeah, I'm very excited to talk about that in John's update on COVID, but no, they are generally not. And so we wanna really put our efforts into promoting the property owners preservation program broadly. Otherwise, you know, the case managers are just finding the landlords are not accessible. They don't want to negotiate. They don't want to take less. And they're afraid of getting into the bureaucracy. So we have some education to do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I support what Nana's offered. Any, I'm looking around, it looks like I see head nods. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Nan. Thank you to Mountain Voices for giving that a go. And any other open discussion items from board members? Okay, I don't see any burning topics, so let's move on to our Patty? You're muted? Yeah.
And to be brief, so the other board members know that I am home because I'm not required to be at home technically, but I'm staying at home because I have 2 different types of COVID tests set up for Thursday. My mother's health has gone down dramatically. I'm trying to rearrange my plans to get to California before she passes away. So I'm getting myself cleared to travel. So again, I'll keep you guys in the loop, but I just want the board to know that I'm doing my best to stay in tune and to zoom in. I was the only one so far that didn't have technological issues really today. So I'm really proud of myself from being able to do this from my small space on my little couch. But anyway, I'll keep the rest of you posted. I just wanted to give you all a heads up.
Thanks, Patty. No, it seems to be working well. We can see and hear you great. So glad. Okay. Moving on to our COVID-19 update.
All right, thanks, Kelly. And Patty, you better knock on wood after saying that, because otherwise you're going to have a technical problem. Bring my screen up here real quick. Hopefully, you all are seeing
it's little
here.
He usually gets it.
All right, are y'all seeing my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Lots to cover today. So going to talk a little bit about our local criteria from moving from red to orange level restrictions, where our data sits. We also have some potential projections there. Give you an update on the 5-star program. Nan is staying on with us. We're going to talk a little bit about the funding programs, both for individuals, families, and then going into businesses, but a little bit about what Human Services is seeing. talk about the business grant program. Is asked to give a little bit of a enforcement update, a vaccination update, and then questions and discussions. We have a really full agenda. I'll try to make it substantive, but not go into too much detail on any of the items. So first, this is going to become more important more quickly, I think, than we had originally expected. And at the last Board of Health meeting, the Board of Health adopted local criteria for moving in and out of the red level restrictions on the dial. And that includes, you move to red if your incidence rate is above 700 for 14 days, so not just one day, but for 14 days, or if one metric is in the red for 14 days and another dial metric goes into the red for that period of time. Similarly, you move out of the red level restrictions if your incidence rate is below 700 and has been decreasing for 14 days. The Board of Health also gave direction to apply to the 5-star program now, so that when the county qualified for that variance, businesses that were certified into the 5-star program could operate at higher levels, and I'll talk about that in a second. It's important to note that this 700 number is actually double the state's 2-week incidence rate of 350 per 100,000 for red level. We have been experiencing much better trends. As of today, our local data is showing that our incidence rate is now at 1,312 per 100,000. That's obviously a really significant improvement. We had reached highs, as you can see, around 3,100 on January 15th. We've been pretty consistently in the 3,000s. It's also important to note that even with this huge improvement, Pickens County still has the second highest incidence rate in the state, but it is headed in the right direction. Similarly, positivity rate is also looking good. That has been decreasing. We have a 7-day average as well as the 14-day average. Now just go back, I forgot to note that here. This blue line is the 7-day average versus the 14-day average. This is something that the Board of Health asked us to start tracking more as a leading indicator, because the shorter your rolling average, the more elastic it's going to be. It's going to be a little bit of a leading indicator to what's going to happen here. And this one's continuing to trend down, so we're feeling good right now about where this is headed. Similarly, with test positivity, our 7-day trend is still moving down, as is our 14-day. We're at 7.6% positivity. Probably our biggest change has been what's been happening with our positivity rate with children. That's gone down significantly to 5.8. The state provides 3 metrics for qualification for the 5-star program. This report card is also on our website. This is based on a 3-day rolling average, and you have to have 14 days of sustained decline. We're currently on 11 days for that qualification. 3 more days will hit that 14. We are now passing on test positivity. Last time I showed you this, we were not. And hospitalizations, we're still passing. A little bit concerned about what's happening with ICU bed usage in Central Mountains. We'll be continuing to keep an eye on that. So right now, all our trends are really positive. This graph is looking at some what-if scenarios. So using the Board of Health scenario of 700 per 100,000 incidence rate as being able to move back into the orange, we've averaged it out. If we average 9 cases a day, 8 cases a day, or 0 cases a day, you know, when might we hit that 700 mark? And so you can really see, obviously, if we have 0 cases, probably not realistic, that we would hit fairly soon. We'd hit before the end of the month. More realistic, we're averaging just over 9 cases right now. It's more realistic that if we continue with these trends and we don't see another tick up, that we could hit that 700 threshold in this first week in February. So that's good news. That is much quicker if these trends continue than we had projected. We'll be watching that closely. I've also put a few boxes in here that are probably a little bit confusing, but to get to orange level for the state, you have to have an incidence rate of 350 or less per 100, or less than 350,000. Sorry, less than 350 per 100,000 incidence rate. For us, that's an average. We need to average about 4.4 cases or less a day in order to reach that over a 2-week period. Similarly, our yellow level, which is 175, less than 175 cases per 100,000. In order to reach that, we would have to average 2.2 cases or less per day, and then blue is less than 1. If we do get down to these levels, it's possible that you start to hit these in February or March. That is not what our data is showing right now, but we certainly continue to trend in the right direction. If you're over this 4.4, 4.5, 4.6 a day, you're probably not going to reach that orange level. Does that make sense? So all of this, though, is to indicate that right now we are on the right trajectory to get back to orange level restrictions. We, of course, had projected that it would likely take longer for that to happen. And so last Friday, we did submit our application for the state's 5-star program. We've had our first administrative committee meeting. I want to come back and talk to you about that in a second here. We are expecting that the state will approve that program this week, and we're hoping that with that approval, we can open applications and begin inspections Thursday of this week. Obviously, if our cases keep trending the way they are, we could be in orange level as early as next week. That's not guaranteed, but we are trending in the right direction. We would still encourage businesses to look at the 5-star program because it does provide certified businesses a variance to open at greater capacities than allowed under the state dial, so that if we do reach that orange level that I was talking about, that 350 incidence rate or better per 100,000,
then businesses would be able to operate at yellow level restrictions if they're certified. So for restaurants, that mean going, for example, from 25% indoor capacity to 50% indoor capacity. So we still think pursuing the 5-star program, because it does provide some additional oversight, but it also provides some additional capacity as our incidence rates continue to go down, is worth pursuing. It may very well be that in this immediate window that we reach that our modified or local orange level almost at the same time that we're opening the 5-star program. So we will keep watching that.
Greg, do you have a question?
I'm going to pause there and see if there are questions before we switch topics.
Sorry, I couldn't tell if Greg was waving at me. Okay, then Patty?
Oh, no, I was just taking a screen grab. Sorry.
Yeah, John, I want to make it clear to everyone, and especially the public who might be watching this, that the Board of Health volunteered to go into the red zone. We were not mandated by the state to go in there. We went from our orange plus to red. And so, and for me, that means we can voluntarily go back to our orange plus. And I would really like to see us have a serious discussion, and I'm hoping that we can have that today. So Greg will have direction for Thursday's Board of Health meeting to see where the Board of County Commissioners stands on at least providing the opportunity for restaurants to reopen as soon as possible. Those that have business plans already in file, those are in good standing, and at 25% occupancy. I think that's something we should consider moving forward with the 5-star program. But I think with our numbers trending down and the fact that I just think that would be something I'd like the board to discuss today to give Greg direction for representation, because I think this is going to be a hot topic on Thursday. And I actually support looking into that. I just need to see where the other board members stand.
I'm wondering if we can parking lot that till the end.
That's fine. I just wanted to bring it up, and I want to make sure we have time whenever the end is to discuss that, because I think that's critical for Thursday's meeting. So thank you.
So we'll try and get through. And I just want to, one of the things I forgot to mention, and Patty, that reminds me, is why that 700 number was recommended by public health staff, is the number that they felt that we could contain the virus with our testing, case investigation, contact tracing, quarantine isolation protocols. We have seen counties that have gone into the orange level with higher incidence rates starting to increase again. And so it's something that you all should keep in mind with the timing as you have that discussion, but we'll come back to that. So financial assistance resources. Nan, can I pivot right to you to talk about what's happening in human services?
Yes, happy to. Nan Sundin, Human Services Director. Hello again. So as you all know, the Human Services team with extended partners have been working for almost 11 months on building these financial resources and pathways to help who knew that everything was going to last this long and likely yet another year. We just got an email from the director of Medicaid saying likely the public health order is going to last through this year, and that has significant implications for how Medicaid is distributed and assigned. So one of the things that our team is doing is trying to keep up with the federal and state resources as best we can, and then to translate that for the public as well as maximize our local resources. And in doing that, just to give you an example, when the new president came in last week, he had issued an executive order extending SNAP benefits, maximizing SNAP benefits, which, as you all remember, is the food assistance program. And that's fantastic. People need more money for food, what happens is when that goes away, people call our office very angry with us. And so we've been like an accordion with Medicaid and SNAP and Medicaid and TANF and SNAP. And we don't mind doing that, but we just wanted you to know the impact to people is that they feel it. It feels like a loss when it goes away. And we hope that the SNAP benefit lasts a long time. We'll see what happens. So translating the federal and state benefits locally, as you all probably know, we entered into a contract with Aspen Community Foundation last week for 3 projects, and John's going to talk about one. But one is that we gave them $400,000 to distribute to our school resource centers from Aspen to Parachute and Catholic Charities to provide humanitarian aid and rent relief to people who live or work in Pickens County who have been impacted by COVID layoffs or work impacts. We worked really fast. We got them the 400,000. They're distributing that. They just already distributed 200. We'll see how the partners use it, and they'll distribute the second 200 if the first 200 is used. And then the second project is the Navigator program, and that's where we gave the Community Foundation $100,000, you all did, to start up really a phone bank to help people navigate these resources, whether it's financial support, rent relief, food assistance, mental health, health insurance. We can put it all on a web page, but a lot of people need more help than that. It's overwhelming. They're overwhelmed with hunger and stress, rent stress. And so having the Navigator program is going to allow for 3 to 4 people who can answer the phone and help people walk through applications, help them determine if they qualify and where to go for help. And they will all be bilingual. So that's a really exciting project. And then I guess the last thing that I want to say is has come up several times, and that is, you know, the biggest stress. We know this from Sam's survey of all the people that we helped in the spring. We've surveyed them twice. Their biggest pressure is paying for rent when they have no income. And we can, you know, we can give money to our partners to help pay rent, but really what we need to do is get the landlords to be willing to apply for the Property Owners Preservation Program to draw those federal funds right down, and they can cover people for up to 3 months. And so we're just beginning to work on the communication of that, and to I can tell you that our star performer is Town of Snowmass Village Housing Authority, Betsy Crum. She immediately went in, applied for property owner preservation, and is supporting a number of their residents who have lost work because of COVID. We're trying to help APSHA connect with Betsy so she can walk them through the application process. It would be critical for APSHA to be in the Property Owner Preservation Program. That will help protect our local resources for people who don't qualify or have other needs. I just sent an email to Real America, who's been a partner of ours. You all know that's Roaring Fork Apartments in Basalt, asking them, please, what would it take for us to help you get in the Property Owner Preservation Program? Because our partners are getting a lot of requests from those properties for rent support. So that's going to be our focus, is really on communicating what it takes to get into the Property Owner Preservation Program for landlords that have multiple tenants in their properties. This is an easy way to draw funds and support our local workforce that has lost work. So I think that's mainly what there's so much more, but that's what to focus on today, and I can answer any questions or be available another time.
Patty?
Yeah, I have a quick question, Nan, and I'm not sure how it will apply or won't apply. Northwest COG does have a navigator now, and have you been in contact with him over there?
No, I haven't.
Okay, let me see what I can find out. I talked about it at the ACRA meeting this morning, and I'll cue you in to see if there's any comparisons or any assistance, or I'm not, like I said, I'm not exactly sure. And if there is, I'll get you in direct contact, or even if I'm even more confused, I'll definitely get you in contact.
Thank you. Sometimes the Northwest navigation is focused on older adults, but I'd be very interested to learn. I think it's worth just putting a little bug in your ear that the state invested a lot of money in the 211 phone process. And that's where, they're supposed to be able to get calls from the whole West Slope and Grand Junction and direct people to the right resources. In the mountain communities, I mean, we have evidence from the numbers that 211 gives us that our clients are not calling Grand Junction for help. They want to talk to us. They want to talk to people they know. And we're hoping that the Community Foundation Navigator program is going to meet that need, be a local resource who understands our Aspen to Parachute region and all of the resources that are available.
Right.
Just one more plug I'd put in on that. It's really a private nonprofit public partnership on the funding. Our funding works out to roughly 1/3. The relief fund is another third, and ACF kicked in another third to keep that going for this first year.
For the Navigator program.
For the Navigator program.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, very exciting.
Okay.
The idea came from our team.
Questions from Greg and then Francie?
Good job.
Yeah, thanks, Nan. You said something that was kind of ominous about how we expect this to go on, the need to be there at least through the year, and I certainly understand that. I'm just wondering, what do you have in the way of projections of the actual demand for assistance? Do you feel like we've seen who's out there, or do you think there is a lot of unserved public who haven't reached out yet? I'm just trying to get a feel for, how are we going to be able to do this given the resources we're throwing at it now?
It's a good question. It's what's changed from the spring to today is that we need people to do more self-rescue. The social safety net can't handle it the way we did in the spring. And so I don't have a sense of the numbers. I can tell you that our SNAP applications continue to come in, and our Medicaid numbers continue to come in. When people are unemployed, they can get health insurance. It's a qualifying event. Our partners are telling us that their phones are ringing constantly. And so the more people who can go to the Property Owner Preservation Program or the Employee Housing Assistance Program and manage their own needs, the better our system will be. Sorry, I can't answer that specifically with a number.
That's great. The next question I have would be tied to that, and is that do we need more in the way of public outreach so people know where we stand? I'm feeling kind of, and I'm sure everybody on the Board of Health and on the commissioners and City Council as well are feeling kind of exposed, only that I'm seeing a lot of social media and a lot of media just on how hard this is for people. And I have to look a little harder to find out what we're able to do. And I know it's hard to cut through all the noise and really get the information out there. So my question is, do you think we need to be doing more, or is the information getting through?
We're working with Lauren Waldron to enhance our communication. And just to give you an example, Kelly, I hope it's okay, got an email last night from someone who was concerned about hundreds of people who need help. And so we're reaching out to them to make sure they know what the resources are that Kelly sent them. But sometimes it takes a warm voice to say, you can do this, you can check this out, it is manageable. And of course, our food resources are still there every week, Wednesday and Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday. And you know, we have the capacity to keep supporting our partners and our staff and the food resources and the mental health resources for as long as it takes.
Great. I just want to make sure that we're all able to and working on getting that word out, because you know, community sentiment is, as we know, is very strong, and it's very important that people understand what is available and what and why we're doing things the way we are here. So if there's anything else I can do to help, certainly I will, and I'll try to encourage others to as well. Thank you.
Whatever you can do to help us reach out to landlords. Landlords are the key right now. And so that's going to be our target. Besides landlords, the Emergency Housing Assistance Program, where people can apply. And for our people who are not lawfully present, we're funding La Medici, and there are other places to provide resources regardless of lawful status. So we do have pathways. I think the Navigator is going to make a huge difference, where people have one number to call. Instead of 3 counties, what county are you in? There's one number. We can get you to the right resources. Here's what it takes.
Thanks, Nan. Francie?
I just wanted to say thank you, Nan. You do great work.
She's amazing. I have a couple questions, I guess, and I guess one more being along Greg's lines of, like, you know, I mean, our community steps up. We can marshal the resources. The resources are there. I feel very confident that help is available for just about everybody who needs it. You know, I think we're in a very different profile, right? Like, everyone was in it together. We didn't know what this virus was last spring. There was very much a, like, collective sacrifice, whereas I feel like now there's just more of, like, gosh, I'm out here on my own, I'm a victim of this, I'm being, you know, I'm carrying the burden of this, and I think just some blame on government, and so it's harder to sort of, I think, carry that message forward of, like, we are here for you, and we want to be here for you, and we're putting all this together. And then we sort of add the stumbling blocks of, like, how do you get all this, you know, how do you get these resources actually in hand? So I just, you know, I think the Navigator program is crucial. I think we've known it's going to be crucial. I would say that, you know, please come back to us if you need more. If you know, I think we can get bodies to help with this. You know, if it's more people manning phone lines, more people learning how to walk others through these applications, more need for translation. You know, I feel that there's even more of a need now for people to feel useful and contributing, and that we can get people here, and that hopefully that this is a shorter phase than what we experienced in the past, to really get us through what I think we always knew was going to be the hardest time through all of this. And we're here and we're in it. And then I just have a question. Is there a pathway to working with the courts on evictions to say, you know, hey, before this landlord gets to evict somebody, they need to demonstrate effort at having gone through these funding programs, you know? I'm really disappointed. You know, I'm just, I don't know what the word is, but I want to try and leverage what we can leverage, because the resources are there. And, like, you know, I get the willing participant side of things, but I also feel like, should there be some consideration of, hey, there was this money available to you, you didn't take advantage of it, you don't get to kick people out of their homes, you know? So I don't know if there's an opportunity there.
Well, a reminder that Alpine Legal Services is available for landlord-tenant disputes and mediations. Just today, I received a form called the Declaration of to halt evictions to prevent further spread of COVID-19, and if a tenant is at risk of being evicted, they can sign this attestation that if they believe that, you know, there's a risk then of them being exposed to COVID, or they need to stay in their shelter in place. There's more and more federal relief. As you all know, the state moratorium on evictions was lifted, but the federal moratorium on evictions was not lifted. So people are still protected for a little while. I think it was extended, and so we will keep working with Alpine Legal to get information out to people to make sure that tenants are armed with their rights,
Great,
and
thanks.
landlords are informed of tenant rights during COVID.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I appreciate that. And I'll touch base, well, and I will follow up with APSHA because they, this I hope is at their highest priority right now. So thanks for bringing that to my attention. And then I'll have more information, and Nan, we should maybe touch base a little bit on some of the statewide effort to like get money quickly down to governments for more housing assistance. And that's all I have. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nan.
Thanks, Nan. And so I realize I cut and paste a little bit of an old slide here, but Paycheck Protection Program loans for businesses are available now. They've been opened up through all lenders who are providing those loans. There's also the closed venue grants and SBA resources. Those are all available on our website. Also, the board had appropriated funding and given staff direction to work an agreement with the Aspen Community Foundation for a small business grant program. Initial information is out on ACF's website at aspencommunityfoundation.org. They will be making applications for those grant funds available on Friday. Some of the eligibility requirements must be a business operating in Pickens County that started operations before March 10th, 2020, registered business in good standing with the Secretary of State's office. We have requirements that a business safety plan must be on file and no NOVs or closure notices for violations. The application will include information to meet our fiduciary responsibility to substantiate, that a business has been adversely impacted by COVID-19. So on and so forth. I won't read through all the bullet points. The Community Foundation has established a committee to review grant applications on a rolling basis and to make recommendations back. Ann Driggers from our finance department has been involved in the discussions, creating the application process to ensure that we're meeting our fiduciary and reporting requirements under the CARES Act. Grants will be up to $25,000 depending on impact, will be provided on a rolling basis. And we'll go until the dollars run out. We obviously will continue to look at the demand for these funds and other sources, but we hope this will help bridge to some of the other federal and state programs that might be coming down. Again, for anyone, any business that's watching, please watch the Aspen Community Foundation page. They have some initial information about the grant process, and an application will go up on that site on the 29th. And we will be reaching out through chambers or business liaison and doing a press release as we get closer to that date. Any questions on that?
I don't see any.
Okay, I just want to shout out, we obviously are building a lot of partnerships with the Aspen Community Foundation to achieve these different goals as Nan laid out in this type of program, and really appreciate the citizens that are volunteering with Aspen Community Foundation to help us vet grant applications. Enforcement. The board probably saw there is a statement that did come out from law enforcement, particularly after the Board of Health meeting where we moved to the red level restrictions. There is a lot of conversation about law enforcement playing a greater role. And our law enforcement agencies are stepping up to really help out, both with identifying violations of the public health order, but also to begin issuing citations for egregious violations. Law enforcement for several months now has been playing a role to help public health document violations of the public health order. That's where a lot of our warning letters and NOVs, notice of violations, have been substantiated by that evidence collection. I think what's new is that law enforcement in Pickens County, and this is all of our law enforcement agencies, have expressed a willingness to issue misdemeanor summons in cases of egregious public health violations. One of the conversations that we had through public health was when we have those large or group those informal gatherings. We've got good oversight right now over business activities where we've been struggling as the how do we identify and really work through those informal gatherings and such, which we, our contact tracing hasn't necessarily led us back to as a large percentage, but we still suspect are a source of infection. Law enforcement doesn't anticipate writing a large number of tickets at this point. They're really trying to exercise their discretion and community policing philosophies to get to compliance. That's the ultimate goal, to protect public health and safety. And the law enforcement has been under a lot of scrutiny, as we know, nationally, the state level, for any type of enforcement action that might be viewed as heavy-handed. And I think our law enforcement agencies across the board are sensitive to that, as well as sensitive to addressing the public health needs around enforcement. Please do call the non-emergency dispatch number if there is something that's in progress that seems to match that large gathering or an egregious violation of the public health order, so that law enforcement, as long as they are not otherwise occupied with a public safety matter, we'll try and get out and look into those violations immediately. There's also, you can go on to the county's website or the tinyurl.com COVID complaint form for if you want to put in a general public health complaint. So I will stop there before moving on. So,
any questions, Greg?
Yeah, thanks, John. I appreciate that the law enforcement is feeling more comfortable with actually enforcing. I have to say, when I read the third bullet point, I kind of wish they'd just strike the first sentence, because it's counterproductive in my mind. If we're gonna tell people that we plan to enforce more, which is the message that I heard but then also saying, well, we don't really plan to write a lot of tickets. It's like, why bother? You know, so my request would be strike the first sentence of the third bullet point, because the message still comes through that the option's open to them and they're going to be trying, you know, that it's a possibility. But to advertise that you're not going to write tickets, I don't know. I wonder how efficacious this is, and I just wonder, when are we going to get a little bit more serious about it? You know, are we saying too much? It's like the laws that aren't enforceable. Thanks.
So let me, you know, maybe that was too much license on my part, Greg. I think the law enforcement has definitely expressed that they will write those misdemeanor summons, and that they'll be using their discretion and making a determination if a violation rises to that and is defensible.
I think that's perfectly fair, John, to say that, and with because you understand my point. And I also, just to the other point, I think with regard to law enforcement nationwide, I think our law enforcement has really been super careful about being heavy-handed, and that's not something I think I'd ever accuse them of. It's so rare here. If anything, I think they may be light-handed in terms of enforcement, and that's the sentiment that I want to share from the community that I hear. So it's great news that they're going to be enforcing it, and that's the message I want to get across. I don't think I'm worried about our local community-minded policing law enforcement being heavy-handed, because that's not an issue we have here like many other communities do.
Well, law enforcement is going to be playing a role. This has been coordinated also with our DA's office, attorney's office. So we are prepared to pursue these summons for those egregious violations. And I think people can expect to get tickets for those egregious violations.
All right, thanks. Sorry, thanks for letting me rant.
Patty?
Kelly? Yeah, and we need to be clear. This is not for this goes beyond just restaurants and downtown retail and those kind of. This means if we're aware of a large private gathering that's in violation of everything you can think of, those will also be part of this education, possible issuing of tickets, that we're taking the whole gamut seriously from now on.
Yeah, and those are the areas. It's really filling the gaps. We feel like with the consumer protection programs that have been stood up in Aspen by Picken County for Snowmass and Basalt, that we've got pretty good oversight there, and we've been building those teams' capacities. But it's in the other areas, Patty, like you're mentioning, those informal gatherings, or you know, if there's an egregious violation with multiple households and VRBOs and such, those would be another circumstance where we're looking for assistance. So, yeah, absolutely.
Party at your peril. We have about 10 minutes left. So, Greg, what do you got?
I want John to be able to finish. I did have a couple other things I wanted to bring up, just regarding, I know this week's allocation of vaccinations was something like 300, which I guess is based on our census for the number of vaccines we get from the state. So you're going to hit that, okay? But I did also want to ask about any updates on the testing and how the curative test has kind of been thrown into question, and any updates on that. I also was thinking that media and PR outreaches, I seem to be the broken record on that, and that I want to make sure our message is getting out, because I still think there's a disconnect in the community about the gravity of not only the virus we're facing now, but of the multiple variants that are starting to emerge, and those are pretty daunting. And what that takes me back to is, you know, I'm wondering if the community really understands how how our medical teams are doing regarding the response. I wish we could have more media coverage of the response we've had to see in our medical community to this, because it really drives it home to know that you have local people who are stressing out and working to try to combat this in the face of a community that really wants to get back to life as normal. And so I keep pushing for more media outreach, and I'm hoping I can get the medical community on board. But thanks. Vaccinations was my next question.
Okay, well, I'll try. I'm not gonna. We'll obviously don't have time to go through this in a lot of detail. I think the big story, Greg, as you were just saying, we are ready to give vaccines. We're ready to give vaccines in large volumes, up to 1,100 to 1,200 a day. We think we can do at our drive-through site. January 14th and 15th, that week we were able to give 1,100 doses. The next week we got 0 doses. To your point, this week we got 200 doses through ABH, which we're going to put through our drive-through vaccination site, and then Mountain Family Health Centers in Basalt did get another 100 doses earmarked for Pickens County residents. They're going through a registration process and a vaccination clinic at one of the schools in Basalt. I apologize, I do not know which. Roughly, right now, we're about 1/3, plus or minus, of the way through our 70-plus vaccinations in 1B2. We could be, through those in 1 week if we had the vaccinations, but that's really what we're waiting for. We have been working on establishing the next round for these, what we're calling 1B2 kind of priorities. The state yesterday announced that priority would be given for employees of schools, early childhood settings, and that's very consistent actually with where, as we talk to our partner entities, where their priorities were coming out. We anticipate as we get through our 70-plus vaccinations, we'll be talking schools, early childhood, child care, food distribution, and really getting through our essential infrastructure, including utilities, human services, transit, and postal, and then looking at more of the categories within the 1B2 kind of range. But we are working through that just so we're prepared and we're not in a decision-making mode if those vaccines start coming in more quickly. We have been, there's a comic I think that says where we're at right now, we're ready. We just don't have the vaccines. We are getting a lot of volunteers, both from our own organization, that's the Other Duties as a sign part, and the City of Aspen has stepped up, ski companies stepped up. We've been able to staff our drive-through. There's a picture of the vaccination clinic that we have set up right now. We have been able to staff that along with a hotline with existing employees and volunteers from other organizations. We're continuing to do those sign-ups. Obviously, this week we'll be doing just 1 4-hour on Friday. Is all we're going to need. It's probably going to be shorter than that, obviously, for 200 doses. And there, I'm trying to leave a little bit of time for testing, Greg. I did not. Thank you for reminding me. We had so many topics. I thought I'd leave that one, but we were able to successfully transfer the Aspen site from curative to microgen over the weekend. I want to thank Dr. Allen and ABH for stepping up and making that transition smoothly. So that test site is still up. We've changed the testing modality and who is providing the testing. So we have pivoted away from the curative tests entirely in terms of our partnerships with the state testing resources.
John, real quick, Kelly, can I jump in?
Yes.
Is that new test a swab or a saliva?
It is saliva.
Okay.
I actually did one. It's quite a bit of saliva.
I know, I've done it twice, and it's, yeah.
But it's not painful at all.
No, it's not. And do you know what the turnaround times are?
They're running 48 to 72 hours. I'll tell you, my personal experience was a little bit under 48 hours this weekend.
Okay, great. Thank you, John.
And John, I have one question, and then two questions, I guess. So, is the state covering the costs for? Are they paying the contract through March, like they had committed for the curative tests?
Yeah. So Microgen also has a contract with the state. We're also the state is also working on other labs and contracts as a replacement. We don't know what those are yet. We think that'll probably take a couple of weeks for the state to pivot. We were lucky in that we hadn't put all our eggs in one basket, and we had another provider we were able to tap into and expand quickly.
And then before we launch into discussion, can you talk about what the agenda is for the Board of Health meeting on Thursday?
I should be able to talk about that, Kelly, and I'm totally drawing a blank on. I know we're going to be giving an update, basically on. We're going to be doing the data updates, bringing the Board of Health through probably some of the similar information about here are the criteria that were set. Here's where we stand, here's what we're projecting, here's where we are with the 5-star program. I know there may be, as Patty has indicated, some interest in having a broader discussion. I think staff is not making recommendations right now to change the policy from the last meeting.
Okay, so there's no other point of decision, like decision points that they're being asked for right now, as far as you know?
Not that I'm aware, but I am going to shoot a text real quick
Okay.
to make sure that
I just want to make sure that if we're giving Greg guidance, it's on things he has to make decisions on.
I have heard from, not unlike what Patty brought up there, I suspect are going to be potentially some other board members that want to bring up revisiting the policy decision that was made at the last meeting. We have not heard that directly yet from anyone.
Okay. Patty?
Yeah, I have seen requests kind of being tossed around to speaking with Marky Butler, who's chair, et cetera, about actually scheduling time on the agenda to have a specific discussion specific to the restaurant policy. So, I'd rather be prepared for that than not be prepared for that, because as of today, we haven't seen the board's agenda for Thursday. So I don't want it to come out tomorrow or Thursday morning, and we, the Board of Commissioners, have not had the chance to discuss what might be coming forward as far as restaurants.
Greg?
That's why I asked for us to have time to discuss that today. Even though we're running out of time, I did ask for that specifically.
Thanks, Patty. I just wanted to point out, I've been asked to chair, so I'm chairing on Thursday.
Right.
As far as I know, unless that request is changed. And I'm planning to brief with Jordana tomorrow or Thursday morning, so it may be a little late, but I'm fine with putting it on the agenda, the discussion from the board, and anything else. So certainly we're going to have a chance to hash this out with Jordana and John before the meeting, no doubt. So.
Well, so I guess what I would put out, and maybe Patty, this kind of frames up for you to kind of bring forward your concern, because right now staff is operating under the direction that was given by the Board of Health at the last meeting. And so that is that we've applied for the 5-star program. That is going to be available hopefully on Thursday. We expect to hear back from the state on Wednesday. which would provide an avenue for certified businesses to operate, for example, restaurants to reopen. I think what has been a surprise, a pleasant surprise, is that our incidence rate has been dropping faster than was projected, right? And so it is possible that that incidence rate drops below that 700 level in the first week in February, in which case, right now, the way the Board of Health criteria work, the county dial would move automatically back to those orange level restrictions.
And
Thanks,
John, I totally understand that, and I totally understand the policy directions the Board of Health gave that very lengthy meeting. But that's why we have Board of Health meetings, is to look at policies and change them if we feel the need.
Okay.
And I know that we're gonna get a lot of information across the board from restaurateurs about numbers and the ability to operate and the 5-star program and their already existing business plans, blah, blah, blah. And I know that's gonna come up. So I would like to see if there's members of this board that can support that discussion. And if in fact it goes to some difference in maybe applying for 5-star or whatever, just some different provisions, what kind of support the Board of County Commissioners would give, direct Greg to present as part of a consensus or differences of opinions, just so that people know that the Board of County Commissioners did have an opportunity to discuss this issue.
And that's what we're going to do now. And Francie had a question.
I don't have a question.
Thank you.
I'm going to
Okay,
go out on a
we're-
limb and say that when you meet on Thursday, it might be day 13 of incident reductions. And, you know, I was like the day before I was a commissioner last time, that the board made a position, and Greg went to the board and said that we thought it was fine to close the restaurants. And I was rightfully underrepresented at that time because I wasn't yet a commissioner, but Steve had predicted that the numbers were going to go down because it was January and it was slow, and he was concerned that it would be interpreted as going down because the restaurants were closed, when actually it was just a normal reduction in people in town and all of that. So I would support the Board of County Commissioners saying that if on Friday it's the 14th day of a decline in incidences and we will automatically go into orange, that restaurants are allowed to operate at the orange level Friday night.
Okay, can we clarify those dates, John? Because I think I have a different impression of when the 14-day clock
I thought it
runs.
began on the, well, the
When
decline
when
started.
The public health order
Yeah.
started, but I don't know.
It actually, it's based on the state report card. So I'll try and, are you seeing that now? And so we are in 11 days. So in 3 days, we could be qualified for that variance if the state approves the 5-star program. And, you know, so that is the reason that restaurants, we'd be trying to get them qualified as quickly as possible. We do have offers from our municipal partners to bring additional folks on board as surge capacity to do inspections and such, and to get that program rolling as quickly as possible.
So I'll just, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll just say, I think what Francie said is a little bit different than what John said, so I want to be clear. So what John has presented is that, you know, the 14-day incidence decline would allow businesses to go into the 5-star program and operate under orange capacities if they get approved quickly, which we're committing to approving quickly. Francie is saying we don't need the I'm putting words in your mouth. I'm paraphrasing. So we don't need the 5-star program if we just move them back into orange on Friday. So I'm hearing two different
Yeah, those are two
things
different
here.
things, and I think I heard the same thing from Francie too.
Yeah, so let me just, so is that right? Okay, so
That's
that's
what I was
what Francie's nodding. I don't personally agree with that. I think the Board of Health should stick to their public health order.
That
Um,
is in
that's me.
compliance
Yeah.
with their public health order. 'Cause
No,
like,
it's
doesn't
not.
it say that we go back to orange if we have 14 days in a row?
No, you would
Oh.
go into orange after it goes below 700, which could be another 2 weeks.
Or if it goes
Yeah.
down in 14 days, I thought. Well, do you have that accessible, John?
Yeah.
So,
And has
move
50%.
out of the red level restrictions if the incidence rate is below 700 and has seen a decrease for 14 days.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was or.
Yeah, and so, frankly, what we have that's, I think, a little bit confusing is a convergence of 5-star eligibility with potentially reaching this 700 threshold in a pretty tight window. Most counties that went into the red level restrictions, it took 4 to 5 weeks. So that's what we're looking at. I think we're frankly getting the benefit of, as Steve pointed out last time, this is a slow time, especially when we don't have the large special events and such to bring people in. So I think that's contributing to numbers going down more quickly at the same time that we've ratcheted down on restrictions. And so I think we're seeing a benefit of all of that happening at the same time and those numbers going down more quickly. But as far as the orange level, frankly, if we continue going down into the first, and it'd probably be the first week of February would be our guess. If we keep going down like we have been, you are correct, Francie, that the way direction was given is right now we'd automatically go back to those orange level restrictions. I do know that, those were the two main discussion points I've had a chance to take a look-see now is talking about the 5-star timeline and then talking about how we operationalize the orange level restrictions when our incidence rates go below that 700. That was the conversation that I think staff was intending with the Board of Health. So I don't know if that, so Francie, what you had suggested was just doing it this Friday, because we've had the 14 days of decreasing would be a change in policy.
Right, because I thought it was or. But if it is below 700, whenever it is, I would recommend that we recommend that the restaurants are allowed to operate at orange level.
Thank you. Patty, and then Steve?
I want to clarify again. We voluntarily went into the red zone. These other counties had to go into red zone. They were mandated by the state. So we have a little more flexibility there to say we can stay in with our, plus orange on these areas, but we could back off and allow restaurants to open at 25%. We could do that. It could be a policy discussion. I think it needs to be discussed on Thursday. The other thing, I am supportive of the 5-star program. And I would like to think, tomorrow is Wednesday, John. I'd like to think the state's going to get back to us on Wednesday so people can start applying as soon as possible. But you know how government works. It's going to take time. I just am not confident that by Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, we may not hear back from the states. That's setting the whole 5-star program out into something. I'm not saying rush headlong into it, without thinking about protecting public health. But I'm thinking that opening to 25% at 10-foot tables if we need to or whatever, I think is worth it. The other point I'll make, Kelly, and then I'll stop, is that we're seeing numbers across. One of the bad things about me Zooming from home is I have the runner on the news going by me all times, and the numbers are going down across the country. So it's not just because Pitkin County has less tourists in town right now. It's kind of a national trend, and I'm not the epidemiologist to give you exactly why, but it's happening. So I think we need to keep that in mind. There are lots of specifics to our community, but we have to look at what's happening on a national level. And I think I would like the board to support, number one, the discussion on Thursday, see where the other members, the municipalities, how the city of Aspen feels, how Snowmass Village feels about it, and let's have that broader discussion. And I'd like for the Board of County Commissioners to at least support having that discussion and considering a reopening possibly as soon as Friday at a low level, 25%, with some other parameters involved for restaurants. I think it's worthy of a discussion.
Okay,
Thanks,
you.
Kelly.
Steve, you're up.
Well, I would agree that the Board of Health could have that discussion. I think it would also be their prerogative to change their rule. I would prefer that we don't keep changing the rules. It's like moving the goalposts. We set the standard for how to move out of the red zone. We aren't quite there yet. I would rather wait and do it by what was decided 2 weeks ago. And given the indications, we are going to move it back into the orange zone. My question for John is, does this happen automatically, or does it require a vote of the Board of Health to move from red to orange if we meet those parameters?
Yeah, the way, sorry about that. The way that I'm interpreting the Board of Health's action is that these were the criteria that were adopted by the Board of Health. And so as these criteria are met, then staff would amend the public health order automatically to move to those orange levels. I think it could take another week to pull the board back together and make those decisions, which is one of the reasons we established those criteria. The 700 was based on the level that staff felt like they could successfully continue to contain the virus. That's not guaranteed, we know that. But we think that's a high end of where we can successfully contain it and hopefully not end up with large increases in incidence rates again. And we set that criteria and had the board adopt it so we could move quickly once the community achieved that. And I think, Francie, that's really what you were asking for is, hey, if we've met those criteria, we should be able to move quickly to release those.
Yeah, Francie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that quickly, John. Yes, and then for them to take another week to come together while restaurants are closed and people aren't working is, not acceptable to me. If we meet the criteria. Yeah.
So
yeah, that's not the intent.
I just want to wrap us up here and make sure Greg has the information he needs. I think I've heard Francie and Patty are on the same page. If Friday we hit the 14th day, open up at 25% for restaurants. I'm with Steve. I'll just be clear, have a chat about it. I hope the Board of Health holds the line. I would say I would like for us to really stand up our 5-star capacity, authorize overtime for staff, get people inspected if they're doing inspections in hospitals at 10 o'clock at night so they can open. Let's be true to our word, hold the line. That's what I would say to Greg. You have a split board as you have this whole time. Do you need additional information from us to get you
Kelly,
through Thursday?
I'm still a little confused about Francie's position, but I think if you articulated it well, Francie, you could just nod if that's where you were with it. It sounds like, but I wasn't entirely clear where Francie stood on this. I think I understand Patty's position and Steve and Kelly's. I understand there is an urgency, and I'd love to be able to call a special meeting in the Board of Health if we need that in order to get us to move based on the data. I have to say, just to, so there are no surprises, I'll do what I did last time. I am, if I'm the split, I'm going to go with the medical advisory people, and I'm going to go with the epidemiologists and the medical advisory. I think there's a reason that public health directors have autonomy and boards of health have some autonomy, so they don't have political concerns as much, because they really need to focus on the medical opinions from the experts who know this stuff. And so that's where I am, and I'm going to be really looking to my fellow board members and our public health department, because this isn't about, it's not about what we would really love to have happen, and that would be to get the restaurants and everyone back in order as soon as possible. It's about trying to make sure we ensure the health of the public, which includes the entire community. So just so you're all clear, that's where I am.
Patty, I'm trying to wrap us up here, okay.
I know, real quick. Well, this is why I kind of wanted this discussion to have a little more time, because I thought it would be a deeper discussion. But, John, if you can guarantee me that we'll have 5-star approval from the state by tomorrow and people can be up and running under 5-star within 24 to 40 hours, my position would be changed. But I will bend over backwards tomorrow and say, I'm sorry. If you hear from the state, and we can do that. But, you know, I just think it's going to take longer. And I agree with Greg, we need to protect public health, but that includes social, mental, and financial health. We have to look at the whole picture. And we've got people who are out of work, people who are desperate right now in all extremes. So we need to take that into consideration. And Greg, I'll be on that meeting on Thursday. We'll see what other sectors bring in. And I think we'll have a good discussion. And I'm glad the board got to have this discussion. So Greg has a clear direction on where we're going on this, but I appreciate the time that we did discuss it, and Greg and I can discuss it further with the Board of Health on Thursday. Thank you. Thanks, Kelly.
Okay. I think that's it for us today, and great job, everybody. Nice working with you all today. We covered a lot. So, you know, we were told these early first quarter meetings are, you know, just fluff, right? But yeah, right. So we'll see you all tomorrow at noon for our regular session. And thank you, Grassroots. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Kelly. Good job. Thanks, everyone.